Hello, and welcome to the Level Die Movies and Games of the Decade Extravaganza. My name is Nick, and today I'm joined by two mainstays of the podcast, Mike and Quentin.
Yellow.
Hi.
I am fucking excited. This is the games and movies of the decade, 2009 to 2019. This isn't the IGN paid for list. This isn't the fucking 9 out of 10 list. This is real motherfuckers watching real movies and games and talking about shit we like. Real shit. None of this, fucking Sword and Shield is not going to be on this list unless Quentin's a bitch. Fucking Sekiro
picks.
is not on this list because I'm the only one who plays action games. This is a real fucking list. Dark Souls, it's not on my list. Fucking Mike and Quentin hate that shit. So
Yeah, this is if anything came out in console, I've only played PC for this last decade,
Oh,
so
fuck.
it won't be
Oh,
on my
God.
fucking list. Like,
dude, I swear to God, is Space Trader Merchant Marine on your fucking list?
oh my god, it should be. Like, but I gotta talk about I gotta talk about how like this decade was filled with just shit indie games that just fucking flooded the market.
Go.
Well, I mean, we're not there yet. Like, what have we fucking talked about besides introductions yet?
Well, I figured we would naturally go into it since you mentioned it, but fuck it, the first minute of this podcast is ruined. You guys want to do movies first or games first?
Well, I think
Uh,
we're already doing fucking games, so might
Yeah,
as well
on
do
my
it.
list, I did games first. So,
Perfect. I
yeah,
did
do it
movies
like that.
first, so we'll do games first, Mike. Hit it. So how did you guys organize your list? Because I basically kind of have like a game for every genre or like genres I like, and then I have some shitty things that I don't like that I want to talk about. But yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Uh,
I have that. I just have notes.
So my list, I basically did 10 games, like genres I didn't care about. The 10 games that I had the most enjoyment with.
Okay.
Not games I considered to be like the best, but games that had the most impact on me. And I basically listed them in ranking order 1 through 10.
Okay. So I kind of did the same thing, but it ended up them being divided into genres. So I'm excited. So Mike, hit us with your lowest ranking, most effective game of the decade right now.
So, number 10, I have Deus Ex Human Revolution
Ooh,
as my number 10.
that's a fucking great game, dude. I beat that game
Yeah.
2 or 3 times.
Yeah, and whenever this game came out, it was, I forgot the year, but
I
it
think
was
like
like,
literally 2009.
yeah, but it was my most looked forward to game of the year. I
Really?
remember I remember seeing all the trailers for it, and I was like, damn, that game looks damn good.
Oh
And
no,
then
me too. I followed
Yeah.
every fucking trailer.
and I basically got a PS3 just for this game, and then I got it early so I could play like Ass Creed 2 and Dragon Age Origins and other games like that. But I mainly got it for Human Revolution, and I just think it's a very solid stealth game overall. Like I think if you try to action your way through the game, it's not going to work that well. But I just think it's really well designed. The whole one of the things I liked the most about it was the whole when you go onto cover, you go into third person mode.
Yes.
I think that's like the coolest thing ever. Like a lot of other games do that. Like
Rainbow
I don't-
Six Vegas does that. It's a first person shooter, and when you get into cover, you go into third person. I've
Yeah.
always liked that as a mechanic because I don't know, for me, it doesn't take me out of being that character. It kind of puts me into being the character more. I don't know
Yeah,
why, but like occasionally you get to see your character.
Right. Well, and if that was still first person when you go undercover, what would that point of view even
yeah,
help you with?
there'd be no point of cover.
No,
at
it
that
wouldn't.
point.
No,
Exactly.
because then you'd have to balance it for lean and shit, and then you'd have to like lean around cover instead of like locking in to cover, which is like way better. And then you wouldn't be able to do the quick cover transfer. If you're in first person, you have to like literally walk from cover to cover, which is kind
Like
of lame.
the shuffle from like two different hallways and stuff.
Yeah, but in this game, since you can lock on to a piece of cover, you can dash forward. I mean, I think was it in the first one or was it in Mankind Divided where you could like move forward to another cover? That was in the second one. That was
I didn't
that was
play
in
Mankind
Mankind Divided.
Divided.
In Mankind Divided, you could be in a cover and see a cover in front of you, and then you could do a low key duck sprint to it. and then you would get to that cover, so you could progress while being in cover and move faster than walking, and it's completely silent. It's fucking cool.
Yeah, but other than that, I think the whole upgrade system is really cool. Being able to like choose, okay, I want to upgrade my hacking right away. I want to increase my hacking level, my decrease the chances of getting hacked, or you can go like, oh, well, I want to punch through walls.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking punching through wall. Yeah, I already said punching through walls. But,
Lifting up heavy objects.
Yeah,
machines
heavy
and
objects,
shit.
jumping higher, sprinting faster. Like it's just really well made.
The Icarus landing system, dude,
Yeah,
like the coolest fucking mod in the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, that game is really fucking good. I really liked the aesthetic. I'm a big cyberpunk guy.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
probably my number one movie of all time. It didn't come out in this decade, so I'm not going to talk about it. But my number one movie of all time is probably the Ghost in the Shell animated movie from like 1995. And that shit it made me fall in love with cyberpunk.
Sci-fi,
So I've been
dystopian future.
yeah, and then like the whole turning invisible, cyber cop shit, political storylines, things like that. Like I mean, it made me fall in love with an entire genre, and Human Revolution slides right in that genre. And Human Revolution is not this. It was sort of the soft reboot of the series. There are 2 games before this.
Invisible War
and the original.
Yeah.
And they're all good. I hear Invisible War is kind of shit, but the first one is like literally heralded as like one of the best games you can ever play in your life. And this computer that I currently have cannot run it, but I really, really want to play it at some point.
You can't run like a 20-year-old game.
No, because this computer is 155 years old.
Yeah, I guess if we're going by genres, then this is my highest rated stealth game.
Of the last 10 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not how I sorted it.
I might have a stealth game on here. Let me see. Now, does Payday 2 count as a stealth game?
Yeah, it definitely does, except it gets into it like a first-person shooter when you fuck up.
Well, perfect.
Payday 2's on there for like some bad shit and good shit.
Dude, I have Payday 2 on this
as
list because...
worst developer of the decade, fucking Overkill Software.
Good lord,
Like,
yes. Can we
fuck
put
you,
Overkill as worst dev of the decade? Like, holy
Exactly,
shit.
that's my vote for fucking most penny-pinching piece of shit. $5 DLC, fucking one gun per fucking
Hey, you
DLC
get
piece
one
of
gun, one character,
one map.
half a map.
It is
Well,
fucking
like
fucking damn it.
3 weeks ago, I was like, oh, cool, there was a Payday 2 update. And it was literally like, yeah, we promised that we would release all the new DLC for free in like one giant pack that cost $40, but we ran out of money. So we're going to have to make more paid DLC. Yeah,
Like,
they
Jesus
lied to us.
Christ,
Even
dude.
so, like,
But you have to give it to them. If one person buys the DLC, though, your whole party can play it.
right.
So we
But
would remember.
You have to fucking give them shit because the game that came out is not the fucking game you can install and play right now.
No,
Like, it's infuriating that if I installed it, I would have to fucking redo every single skill tree that I've ever done, and there'd be fucking 6 new characters that I haven't seen.
oh yeah, and dude, when they went, that was loud. When they went through like that rework, dude, like there's been like that game has changed over the last 10 years. I mean, it was just like pretty shit when it first came out, but man, did we play a lot of it.
That was a good time.
Oh god, those were fucking beautiful times, and it's on my
When
list
there was
because of
4 skill trees to spec into, and there was fucking 4 of us, so we could just do that.
do one of each. Oh, it was so beautiful. But I put it on my list because I just have so many fond memories of playing that game over the last 10 years. Well, I mean, obviously we stopped, but during this decade, we got to play the fuck out of that game. And I mean, it was when me and you were living together. And I will always remember this. I will never forget this moment where me and you are living together and we're one room apart. And you're just like, yo, Nick. Like, we're in a call. We're in a call together with all the boys so that we can be in our own rooms. And then you go, yo, come into my room real quick. And I'm like, all right. And I fucking pop my headset off and I walk over and you're like, look at this Uzi. that I spent like 2 hours
Yeah,
working
dude,
on.
the Mac 11.
The Mac 11. And I was just like, that's a horrendous looking gun. Like, I'm excited that you get to use this gun.
A gun
Like,
that's meant to be small and concealable. That I put the biggest stock, the biggest scope, the biggest fucking muzzle device, like the biggest magazine.
oh, it was
It just made
hideous.
it the fucking loudest paint job. That's one thing I loved about that game is just the customization that you could do of all the mask and all the guns and like
Yeah. Oh God,
there's
Kawaii.
so many patterns.
When,
so-
dude, do you remember when fucking I was like, all right, Derek, tell me what mask I'm getting, bro. And he's like, Kawaii. And I got my second Kawaii, and he's like, fuck this. And he just got out of the call and quit the game. He was like, I'm done. Fuck this. And he just left.
That's
Oh, fuck.
yeah, salt is another fucking theme that can go along with a lot of these games.
Oh yeah, there's some good salt. All right, Quentin, what's one of yours?
Well, I sorted it differently. Like since I only played PC most
Right.
of this decade, since like I was judging it like about high school, you know, is when the decade started, and then
Yeah.
it goes into after high school. You know, it's been about 5 years since I've been an adult on my own. But through all of that, like my brother took all the consoles since he's the one that bought them, unless it was outdated shit like the N64 or like the GameCube.
Right,
That's definitely not this decade, but
right.
so I just had Steam, you know, and then like different kind of game launchers that came out after that, like League of Legends wasn't on Steam, but I'd say that was super popular this decade.
Still huge. More
Yeah,
people
still
watch the League of
absolutely
Legends playoffs than they watched the Super Bowl last year.
Wow, yeah, esports is getting fucking definitely huge. I say it's decade of like watching games is definitely huge.
That
Oh,
kid
yeah.
won like 7 mil at the Fortnite World Championships or whatever.
Yeah, dude.
man.
Can you imagine playing fucking Fortnite and winning $7 million? Dude, when I was
When,
younger, I was
fucking
like,
your dad or your mom was like, those video games will rot your brain, but now people are making
now
more
you're
than-
richer than they are?
yeah, any football player ever fucking makes.
Dude, well, they make that every year.
Right, you have to win the tournament to fucking make that.
Yeah. But you can win smaller tournaments. That's how the FGC works. You know, if you play in smaller tournaments, you get up to Evo. But in those smaller tournaments, you're like winning like $5,000, $10,000, $30,000, $100,000. And then like I think Evo is like, I don't know, I think Tekken's like $500,000.
Wow.
And that shit's every year, dude. And these guys are like 20 years old. And dude, fucking Sonic Fox, dude. He's like one of the number one fucking. He's the number one Mortal Kombat player in the world. He was one of the number one Dragon Ball FighterZ players in the world. And this dude just wins tournaments. And all he does is play fighting games every fucking day, all day. And he's like a fucking millionaire. And he's 20 years old. And he just plays games. And he's like so autistically good at it that it's his life and he loves it. And he's just like a furry and he makes millions of dollars and he just lives the best life. I mean, does he fuck hot girls? Probably not, but I mean, he could pay for a sweet hooker.
Well,
Easy.
no, I mean, just having money will attract some fucking.
Yeah, let's not get into that. We don't want to
But,
alienate the female viewer
but,
base
like,
of
it's-
this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decade of streaming too. It's a decade of making money off playing games.
Fuck yeah, it is.
There's, you know, you go to Twitch and you just look at the top channels and it'll be like 25,000 people, 30,000 people, you know, like just some dude streaming a fucking, like some shitty
CS:GO
game
match.
making like 5,000 fucking viewers.
Yeah,
Or something
subscriber
that
and
fucking- that many
donation
people don't
notifications
even
are
own
going
that game.
off.
Yeah, I mean, you can make, dude. Like, there are people dropping $1,000 on their favorite streamer so they can get their fucking. Well, you know, God, I wish I had tits and an ass and a vagina because I would be such a good streamer. Oh, God, dude, just I'll bend over, I'll do the jumping jacks. Just drop your paycheck on me. I mean, fuck, dude. Like, you don't gotta eat, I gotta eat. You know what I'm saying? I need to get one of those gamer chairs. I need a desk. My TV is on top of a goddamn plastic container right now. The only lamp in my room is on the floor. All right?
Please
I have
send
a
money to the
chair
Lone Star Podcast.
as my fucking nightstand. Okay?
You
You know?
need a late epic gamer PC too.
I need a big ol' I need that $52,000 Apple computer with the $400 wheels. Oh, and the screen and the keyboard are sold separately. I need all of that because I'm an influencer. You know, Level
Decade of
Die.
fucking blown out prices on PC accessories
The what?
and computers in general. So fucking the decade of fucking bitcoins and
Oh
computer
God!
prices
This
skyrocketing.
was the decade of Bitcoin.
Like fucking buy a graphics card nowadays, and you're gonna spending up the
$500.
Yeah, there's
Right,
shitcoin
more than
miners.
so you're gonna be spending more on the graphics card than you would on just fucking buying a console. And
Which is
playing-
why I play consoles, dude. I
And it's
just
just
like
like-
that I can buy a console and then I can just like put the disc in, and then it just works.
And you're gonna get games on it for like at least the next 8 years.
6
probably.
years.
Yeah.
I think every cycle since the 360 has been about 6 years.
Like I could buy a fucking Switch, and then 8 games for it for the same price as a new, state of the art video card.
Right. And you're going to get a lot more enjoyment out of your games than having a video card sit on your desk.
That's why I haven't upgraded my computer in so long. Is because there's so many indie games that have been out, for so many years that have been, so good that I can run with no processing power at all. Like I've been playing Stardew Valley.
Oh my God, are you still playing that?
So I sorted my list by hours of played on Steam. Because that's
Ooh,
really what I've
okay.
been
Then give
spending
us your
most of my time on.
lowest Steam played hours
Yeah,
first.
we're way
that's
off topic
my
now.
actual list. So like Rivals of Ether or like Slime Rancher, like all those indie games that came out that just you get a lot of enjoyment out of, and there's a lot of content that keeps coming out for like such little money.
Yeah.
Like you pay them $5, $10 when it's on sale, and then you get. Well, I've got 33 hours on Slime Rancher, and I kind of want to install it and play it again because like I got a lot of enjoyment out of that game.
Dude, that's
For
honestly a lot of hours. Like
Right.
33. Dude, like, I mean, I've played.
Well, like Astro Near, I got on. I think I got it for free off of someone's Humble Bundle, or I had Humble Bundle, and I've got 88 hours in it,
Fuck yeah.
and then they're still updating it. And like it's the decade of really cheap, small developers having the tools to
But
make
also
all
fuck
these fun
tons
games.
of nonsense shovelware.
Right, Space Trader Merchant Marine, which was a fucking really garbage 99-cent fucking pick me up in a Christmas sale that I spent a lot of time on.
I know you did.
And I tried to send it to other people to have them play it. I don't remember how many people have it on their wish list. I think
Dude,
it's like me and 2
but-
other people now.
Fucking I Divine Cybermancy. That was a fucking game that's 99 cents like every week. And
Right,
that is one of the
that's crazy
best.
good time, millions of hours of fun, 8 fucking endings.
Dude, and it was 99 cents, dog. It's less than a McChicken. And you get like 65,000 times the amount of enjoyment from it. I mean, dude, don't make waves. Don't ask questions. Execute orders. My legs are okay. I mean, it's given me things to think about. Like, I was just thinking about, like, leg checking the entire call, like, 2 days ago.
Legs are okay.
Yeah, my
You
legs
gain
are
bruise
okay.
off.
You gain bruise off. All right, Mike, hit us with another one.
I thought, are we doing like 10, 10, 10? So don't you have to do your 10?
Oh, did I do? Well, no, I was just you said.
Oh, you-
I'll do
where
mine.
you- we'd all-
Well,
we all
I
did,
hit
like,
up.
the
I hit
lowest.
up payday,
Talk
but I
about
mean,
something.
it's good.
What rank was your payday then?
Oh, it's
Mine's
just
not
on
really
there.
ranked.
See, mine is like
'Cause-
mine's
Oh,
not
you
ranked.
didn't rank them.
Mine is
Okay.
just the
Yeah.
best games of the decade. Basically, they're kind of divided into genres and shit. But
Oh.
like, this is just sort of the games that affected me the most in the last 10 years.
Oh, okay.
Right.
All right,
'Cause,
so
I have to list by hours, but Fallout 4, like that's second highest. It's 311 hours, but
Oh my
like
god.
I
Fallout
would put that
4?
low. Yeah, I would put that low on the list though, as far as like base game though, because like you need to have it with mods to have it actually be enjoyable.
Be good. Yeah.
Exactly, and like so, even though I've got so many hours in it, that's from a fucking launcher that let me install mods and let me play with fucking shit that made just the UI easier to use and all just the bullshit easier.
Alternate start mod.
Right, and well, no, and adding just variety to the game and stuff.
Yeah.
So like Fallout 4, as far as like like out of 10 on my list of the decade, it'd be like an 8 or a 9. Like it'd be pretty low, even though it's so high on the hours played.
Oh, I was like 10 out of 9 out of 10. No.
No,
8 or 9.
no, like no, fucking 10 being the lowest.
Okay,
I mean,
so
Payday would probably be like a 7 just because of the memories, you know. It was
Right,
just
Payday
filled me
would
with
be above Fallout 4 for me.
it filled me with good heart.
so Nick, you have like 10 genres, and Quinn, you have it based on playtime. So I'm like the only one who actually ranked them out of 10.
Well, yeah, because I just said this
Well,
is
he
the
just said
best of
top
the decade.
games-
I didn't
top
say it was the
games.
top 10 of the
Yeah.
decade. I just said it was the
Oh.
best of the decade.
Right. So
Okay, well, I guess
don't think I had 10 listed.
yeah, my bad for assuming top 10, but that's what I
Well,
did.
but it's
and
okay.
that's
Well,
what I'm
okay,
gonna keep
hold on.
doing.
Wait. Then let me think about this. Let me look at my list. Number 10.
Don't do a number 10 because then let's just all have it ranked differently.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Even better. It's
So-
even worse.
Yeah, my number 9
It's
is
a train wreck anyways.
my number 9 is Civilization 5.
Ooh.
Hell
Oh, I
yeah.
don't even have that on my list. We played
I
so
didn't
much
either.
of
I
that.
forgot about that. I dropped
The
it.
summer
But that
steak,
got a lot
summer
of fucking
sunset,
too.
civ steak off. Oh
Yeah.
my god, dude. That's good memories. And you've been playing that game a lot recently.
Yeah, I have like 400 hours
Oh my
in the game.
god.
And I put like 40 hours into it over the past like 3 weeks.
I know. You've been
But-
talking about it a lot in the call. You've been
I
like,
just
oh, I'm
like
playing
s-
Civ. I'm trying to like beat the robots. You actually got fucking Fern and Derek to play with you just recently, didn't you?
Oh yeah, we did a verse AI deity game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just really like Civ 5. I really like turn-based strategy games, which I would consider Civ 5 to be
It is.
one of them.
Yeah, it's a grand
Yeah.
strategy game. It's absolutely
Yep.
that.
Yeah,
It's just
and-
bigger. It's just bigger than like Fire Emblem, which is what you really like.
Yeah, well, Fire Emblem's like this whole different kind of beast, whereas Civ
Yeah.
5 is like start out small, then grow and expand and all that shit.
Right.
Go to war, but yeah, I don't really know what else to say about Civ 5. I mean, we had the whole Sid Meier's Civ Stake Off.
Yeah,
all
that's
the
what I would
stakes.
say about it. Is that's one of those fucking games where you can have so many people playing it and have such a good time with
How many
it.
people do we have?
All the
Max.
players.
Me.
We had like 7,
I think 6, right?
And it's
Me.
8 players you can have max. I don't know if they had a DLC where you can.
Yeah,
Me. Quentin. Mike. Nick. Derek. Fern.
we had Wyatt in there too.
Did we? For the
I think
first?
so. Yeah,
Then that's
Yeah, I
7
think I
people.
only joined the second one.
That's 7
Wait.
people.
yeah.
Dude, and we played that shit for like, I remember over the
was
summer,
a
we played that for like
long-ass time.
30 hours. It was like
Yeah.
fucking, and we would go, dude, I remember this shit. It would be like 2 in the morning, and I'm like, dude, I want to go to fucking bed, dude. Like, with that point when you start to get like just irritated because you've been up so long and you've been playing one game. I just remember sitting and playing Civ for hours, and I'm just like, can we fucking stop for the night, please? Like, Nick's gonna win with science. The game is over, and then fucking Al wins the second one. Fucking horseshit, dude. Horseshit. Absolute. Al being AI, but it looks like an L. That son of a bitch. Nick quit in the last like week of the Summer Civ Summer Sunset Stake Off in this round 2 Electric Boogaloo, and he fucking quit. And then his
Yeah.
fucking AI, what was it? Like instantly jumped like
yeah,
400
Nick
points.
quit, and then the AI just shot up and scored somehow, and we were like, "What the fuck did he do?" Like, that was if the AI shoots up that much and score, what was Nick doing that was so bad?
Oh my god, I remember that too. We were all just like, "Are you fucking joking?" Because it was just like 400-point rise.
Oh, and the AI like instantly declared war on Fern and started attacking him too.
Oh my god, that's so fucking good.
Yeah,
Oh god. Okay. I'm gonna talk about. I want to talk about a game that really disappointed me this decade. One
this
of
is in
the
your top 10 though.
It's in my worst 10. I have a few games on here that were the worst of the decade.
Oh, okay.
And I want to talk about this one right now because it hurt me so bad. It touched me in my naughty places in a bad way. This game, I don't remember when it was released. I don't even know who made it. The pieces of shit. Goddamn fucking bastards. They're the guys that made Dirty Bomb. You can play it. It's a free-to-play fucking game on Steam. I know you guys have seen it.
Yep.
They made a game in the early ages of the decade called Brink.
Oh,
Brink. Ah, yes. The infamous Brink. The trailers were so fucking fantastic. And the game, I followed every single game dev fucking video because that's what I do when I fall in love with something. I follow it and I was getting hyped every single video. And then it was released, and it was dead in one day. I pre-ordered. It was one of the last games I ever pre-ordered in my life, and I pre-ordered this game for 60 US American fuck yeah dollars, and it was worth one of those dollars. The gun balancing was shit, dude. The guns all felt and sounded like goddamn water pistols. It was fucking ridiculous. As good as the movement system was, it was just flawed, fundamentally flawed to its core, and they tricked me with beautiful character customization and trailers. And it's hurt me every day, low key, since I paid for it. And I wanted to put Brink near the very bottom of the games of the decade list. Like, it's in the negatives, right? Like, there's the top 10. This is in the negative 10. It's like at like a negative 8 in the games of the decade because of how bad it hurt me.
Yeah, I don't know much about the game, but when it came out, like all I heard about like instantly was this game is trash and absolutely terrible, and you should never play it.
Yeah. Yeah, I was one of those people. And it hurt.
I've got a couple on that list.
Well, I mean, it's so hard.
Disappointments.
It's so hard to admit that a game you paid money for sucks, you know? I mean, you're going to give it like a shot. You know, you're going to give it an honest to goodness fucking shot, especially when you're young and you don't have like disposable income. It's like you save money to buy games when you're younger. And when you purchase those games, you're going to play them and you're going to put your heart into them and you're going to try and like them. And I played with a friend of mine, fucking Curtis Kozlowski, name dropping his whole fucking name on fucking Level Die right now.
You're not going to be able to spell that last name, so don't worry.
It's all good, dude. But me and him were fucking cool, like at the beginning of high school, and we were both fucking into this game, and we bought it and we played it online together, and then like 1 week later, it just stopped. I mean, you know, and I was just like, wow. I don't even remember trading it back in. I probably just threw it in the trash. I mean, it was so bad. It's so hard for me to like give that game anything above like a 1.5. It's oh god, that game sucked. That's so bad.
Do you remember Orion Prelude?
Wait, Orion what?
Orion Prelude, the fucking dinosaur game? I don't know what it's called, but the Orion, the fucking...
Yeah, I fucking do. That game was good.
That for like a couple hours and like played online, killed a dev, got an achievement for it, and then the game was completely dead.
Dude, me and you played that for like at least 2 weekends.
Exactly. Like I was like pretty high level in that game.
Yeah, the cloak. There was like the cloak and shit. The jetpack. Right. Wasn't there a jetpack?
There was like a few characters in it and a few different classes you could choose.
Yeah, and you just fight like fuck tons of dinosaurs.
Right, and then there was like a game mode where you can play as dinosaurs.
Right.
And like T-Rex and try to eat.
I remember that. Do you remember?
That game, like if I installed that, I don't think there would be anyone in any server.
No, you wouldn't be able to get into a game. Absolutely not. Do you want to know a game? Do you want to know a game that has dinosaurs in it that you definitely can't play? Stomping Lands.
Oh yeah.
Now that was a game that came out this decade, and it was we not only did we have so much fun that we broke the game and ruined other people's times, and I would love to tell this story, but that game, the fucking dev ran off with all our money, and the game was removed from the storefront because it was just like, fuck you, I got your money.
After we bought it, he just ran off with all of our money in particular.
All of my money. So this game was coming out in the same time as Rust and
just after Rust, yeah.
Just after Rust. So it was a Rust-like, but it had dinosaurs. It was pretty sweet, to be honest. It was a pretty fucking sweet game. Like I personally had a lot of fucking fun. But there was this thing. So you could you could take other players captive and they couldn't do a fucking thing about it. And we found that there was like a small bug where what you had to do to tie somebody up is you had to interact with them and you had to click tie. So what you could do is you could sprint past somebody at full speed and mash the interact button. And then if you scrolled over them while mashing E, it would bring up the menu of the things that you could do to them while you're still sprinting 600 miles an hour the opposite way as them. And then you click tie, and a rope that is the entire length of the beach will connect to them and bungee their ass to you. And they're like, what the fuck? And you just go, you're mine now. And then you put them inside of a cage that you build, and then you can't join the server again without going into the cage. And like we actually had 3 people just like I remember this. They were like, we just want to enjoy the game. Can you stop? Can you stop fucking keeping us captive? We're like, no, we're enjoying the game. You are our prisoners. And he's like, I'm gonna try and leave and come back in. And he left, and his body disappeared, and then he rejoined, and his body appeared in the cage. And then fucking we tied them all up, and we dragged them into the ocean, and we made them watch as we made each individual person watch as we drowned all of their friends.
Oh no! Before we drowned them, like a pack of like 3 Stegosauruses came into our camp and kept tail spinning and helicoptering all over us, and we kept dying. So, and the people in the cages were like, "Yeah, man, fuck them up," because they hated us at that point. So we had to fight off the Stegosauruses and then drown them afterwards.
I just spat my fucking drink everywhere. We had to fight off the dinosaurs, and then we drowned them. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. No, that was there was just so many beautiful online multiplayer moments this last year, and they will stay with me forever. So you were saying, Quentin, that you have some really shitty, mediocre games that you want to bring up?
Well, yeah, stuff you paid money for that you kind of regret paying money for, but you defend it because you spent money on it. Like Duke Nukem Forever came out, and like everyone was waiting for that and wanting for that to be
waiting
good.
for it for 15 years.
Right, because it had taken so long to come up with another one. But I played through that whole game, thinking, maybe it picks up, maybe it gets better. No, that shit was trash. Like, it was like 2011, starting off the decade with some fucking garbage.
Dude, but the first mission, the demo mission, basically was the best part of the game, where you like
the football field and like
the football field, and then you get the double blowjob, and you can piss, and you can sign signatures. Like the whole fucking game should have been that.
But no, of course that it was just a money grab, and
yeah.
And that was really just showing off that the decade was just going to be rehashes and remakes and sequels. Like, just no new things would come out at all. It was just anything that they could rehash would be the case.
Yeah.
Even though, like, my top number 1 on the list is, like, start of the decade to 2010, that I would say the game of the decade is.
Ooh.
We'll save that for later.
Oh, I was going to say, are you about to drop your game of the decade on us right now?
I think we started off the decade with game of the decade. It just got, like, shittier from there.
You know what? Honestly, if I look at my list, actually my game of the decade came out this year.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I already know what it is then.
Oh, you do? Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, because I talked about it. But yeah, my game of the decade actually came out this year. It was a total surprise. I was hyped from moment 1 to moment 100. It was fucking perfect. Okay, did I talk about something? Did I talk about a game?
You talked about a shitty game. You need to talk about a good game now.
Okay, I would like to talk about a good game now.
Sweet.
Let me cross Brink off, that piece of shit. Piece of fucking garbage. So, technically, and me and you, Mike, we talked about this before we recorded the episode, there's going to be some re-releases in this list because, fuck you, it technically came out this decade, bitch. Resident Evil 5 and Resident Evil 6. I want to talk about those 2 fucking great games real quick. Resident Evil 5 is someone just asked me for a top 5 list of games, my favorite games of all time, and Resident Evil 5 is probably number 5. I love that game. I think it's fucking great. It's like one of the best co-op experiences you can play with another human being. It's super well paced, in my opinion, where it's just sort of like a nonstop action thrill ride roller coaster for like 6.5 hours. I've beaten it, I think 3 or 4 times. It's less enjoyable alone, especially on harder difficulties, because Sheva will definitely get killed, and that was something that they fixed in Resident Evil 6, where they made the partner invincible, which is fucking amazing. They made them unkillable, which is the way that it should have been. But I think that Resident Evil 5 was a perfect step forward from Resident Evil 4, because people always say that Resident Evil 5 was like the beginning of the end for Resident Evil, but I think that Resident Evil 4 was the end of what Resident Evil was before it. But I like what came after. I like third-person shooters. I like third-person over-the-shoulder survival horror games. Dead Space was inspired by Resident Evil 4 and Resident Evil 5, and it's like one of the best survival horror games you can play. It's super fucking fun. But I think Resident Evil 5 and 6 in a minute. I'll talk about 6 in a second. But I think Resident Evil 5 did a lot of things right, where it wasn't scary, but it was constantly a feeling of being on the edge of your seat, where you could die by anything, anytime. Does it have its low points? Yes. It's when not the Ganados, the Jawavo or whatever fucking get guns and they just start like cover shooting you. That was pretty fucking lame. The game's not built for that, but everything aside from that is super fucking great. Now Resident Evil fucking 6, which is tied with Resident Evil 5, but just slightly not as good, had 3 entire fucking campaigns, 6 playable characters. It had unique animations for every single character. It had a mercenaries mode that is unparalleled. It had a fucking horde mode that has never been beaten. It has some of the best third-person action controls in any game that's ever been made before and after it. And people give me a hard time. I mean, if you go on the internet and if you post on V and you say, I liked Resident Evil 6, you will get shat on, 400 plus posts, 300 replies. Okay? Straight up, you are seen as a piece of shit for liking Resident Evil 6. But I am a man who views gameplay as number 1, sound design number 2. The gameplay, the moment to moment, the way that game feels to play is unfucking paralleled, even to today. You can roll, you can back dodge, you can I just learned this. It's something I didn't even know about this game, and I've put like 100 fucking hours into it over 3 copies of the game, 3 different systems. You can slide and then do an instant back turn. Did not know you could fucking do that. So what you can do is if there's like a group of enemies that's coming at you, you can sprint past them, slide, and then do a 180-degree turn and just fucking headshot all of them. I mean, just beautiful fucking gameplay. I mean, the counter system is fucking perfect. I mean, the QTEs, people get like harp on it for that, but the gameplay that happens when you're not like sort of in a moment in the game, like a cutscene exciting thing, mercenaries mode basically, it's almost a near perfect fucking game. I mean, it's just, there's something about it that is so intoxicating when you play it because of how smooth it feels to play it. I mean, it just controls so good. And I think it's one of these 2 games, 5 for really ramping up how good Resident Evil could be, and 6 for being so good to play. Those 2 games are definitely in my top games of the decade. Absolutely.
So wait, I wanted to ask: are these two separate games are on your list, or is it like a combo that
I did
both
the
of them got
combo.
released
I did
together?
the Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6 combo on my list.
Okay.
One of the best sort of. I have another game. I'm not going to count that as horror. The Resi 5 and Resi 6 are sort of third person shooters with fucking horror elements, but I have an actual survival horror game on this list that I am absolutely in love with. It's Evil Within 2. I got the game for $30, so I got it half off, and I felt really fucking bad for not buying this shit at $60 like day one after I beat it. This game has some of the best sound design that I have seen. Like when you shoot an enemy in the head and their head explodes, it is so gushy and so delicious sounding when their fucking head explodes. And then when you suck up the goop to get your level up juice. I mean, the sound design in that game is fucking incredible. And like I just said fucking 5 minutes ago, gameplay 1, sound design 2, in the way that I feel about fucking video games. And this game is a fantastic survival horror game. It opens up, and in Resident Evil 5, Resident Evil 6, and Evil Within 1, they are a straightforward, straight line, linear survival horror experience. In Evil Within 2, they do hub worlds. They do a hub world-based survival horror, so things are a little bit more open. There are enemies on the map. You can discover sort of side quests and shit that you can do on your own, or you can just go right to the objective, you know? But the game, it makes you want to explore it because it's weird and odd. Like there's a point that you reach in the game where a person, an enemy that you fought as a boss, comes back as like a normal enemy that will just fucking appear, and as you're walking around, it will run around and smash shit all around you, and you're like hiding behind a dumpster, like please God, I do not have the bullets for this. Just don't look this way, please. And then and then she sees you, and you have to full ass fucking sprint and hide somewhere, and you're like getting swarmed by enemies. I mean, that game, Evil Within 2 is my number one survival horror game of the decade. Fucking amazing. You should play it. The story is great. The gameplay is great. The pacing is fucking great. The story, it's a B movie. It's a little wacky, but it's okay. It's in a good way because it's executed very well. The voice acting is good, the writing is very good, and the gameplay is fantastic, and the sound design, beautiful. Definitely play it. Number one survival horror game of the decade. I'm done. I talked for like 15 minutes.
So, this isn't necessarily about that game, but I was watching Don play The Evil Within 1.
Yeah.
And the entire time, other Nick was like, "Oh, Don, you gonna buy Evil Within 2?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, I'm gonna buy it." So then, once he beat it, he started playing Evil Within 2, but he wasn't actually playing it. He just loaded up a YouTube video of some other guy playing.
Really?
He full screened like the YouTube video, like without any commentary, and he just started streaming it. And other Nick came in the call. He's like, "Oh, Don, I didn't know you bought it. Oh man, look at this game!" And for like 20 minutes, Nick thought he was actually playing the game.
Oh my god!
Yeah. I don't know. It's pretty funny.
That is fucking dynamite, dude.
And then he actually did buy the game, and he started playing it. And other Nick was like, "Oh, well, you're not playing it, so I don't want to watch it."
That sounds like Nick. Fuck, that game is good, dude. I felt so bad. I mean, the bosses are great. The final boss is great. Oh, yeah, that was a good fucking game. Oh, and the cool thing is they came out with a demo. You can play the entire first chapter for free. I think it's on Xbox and PS4, maybe even Steam. But you can download and play the entire first fucking chapter for free. And then it like hits a part, and it's like, oh, hey, buy the rest of the game if you want to continue. And I was like, yeah, I got to buy it.
A good demo.
Dude, an incredible fucking demo. But the thing is, when you buy the fucking game, it just goes party time, and you just start right where you left off.
Oh, you don't have to play through it again?
No. It just goes bam, because it was just the whole first chapter. You have a save file. You just load the save file, and it's like bam, you're right at the door, and you fucking open the door, and you get to go past where it stopped for you. I mean, it was just such a beautiful way to sell me, because demos fucking rule, dude. And it sold the fuck out of me. Like, I got to play it. I got to play it for like fucking 3 hours, and I was like creeping around, hunting down the fucking zombies and shit, having a fucking lit time. And then like I hit the door, and it was like, "Hey, buy the rest of the game if you want to continue." And I was like, "You bitches, I'm buying this shit. I need to know what happens next." Oh, it was fucking great.
Nice, I gotcha.
I think
It's Quentin. What do you got, Q?
Let me see here.
Fuck, I talked for quite a bit there.
So it's definitely, I didn't play a lot of them, but I guess it was definitely the decade of Battle Royale. Like,
Oh yeah.
this wasn't a thing before, it became a thing.
Was
with,
PUBG
the mod
first?
I think so, that like PUBG, the mod of, what is that, DayZ?
Yeah.
H1Z1 was first.
H1Z1, sorry.
H1Z1.
But I don't know about
That
first.
was a mod of that, yeah. And then they came out with, a bunch more. Like the Fortnite, that is not even the base game. The base game is such.
It's a survival game. You survive like a
Right,
week.
like a
You survive
survival,
a
like-
fortnight.
Yeah, like there's waves of enemies that come out the base you build, and it's like a
Yeah.
cooperative kind of thing.
Dude, and nobody
But,
even fucking knows that anymore.
Right. but, like,
Seriously.
it just shows that the battle royale genre had like such a big foothold in the industry of the decade.
But I mean, it had like when it first came out, it had so much potential. I mean, well, the idea of it's very cool. It's from what I understand, it's a Battle Royale comes from a movie called Battle Royale. It's a Japanese film. I think it came out in the late 90s, early 2000s. It follows a class of students in sort of a dystopian world where a class of Japanese students are forced to they get driven out to an island and they have to
they choose a different class like every time they do the battle.
yeah
and it's
yeah
a
so your
random-
class gets selected for the battle royale.
If it's like it's a dystopian future where if your class is kind of rowdy and you're like from a poor environment and like you've got basically a shitty school where everyone's acting out, they'll be like, okay, this school, you're going to go, all of these students are going to battle each other until there's only one of them left.
Yeah,
We don't want you here because you're bad kids.
right. So I watched this movie, and and I'm telling you, I watched this movie before any battle royale ever existed. I just heard that this movie was good, and this movie it's pretty fucking disturbing. I mean, they send out a bunch of fucking children. They're not children, like they're teenagers, but they're still kids. They send them out into a fucking wooded island, basically, and they have to like find weapons and kill each other until there's only one person. I think at the end of this one, though, 2 people live. I don't remember. At the end of the Battle Royale movie, I think they kind of like escape the island, but
Oh, so Hunger Games directly rips that off with 2 people surviving that too.
oh, well, yeah, Hunger Games is absolutely Battle Royale the book. Well, actually, Battle Royale the movie was inspired by a book before the movie came out, but the movie was bigger than the book, and then things have pulled from that concept since its inception. I mean, Hunger Games is
Running Man
exactly
with
Battle
Arnold
Royale.
Schwarzenegger.
What?
Running Man with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Oof. Running Man is good. That's a good
I mean,
movie.
it's like the same concept. They're streaming it on TV and everything.
Yeah, and you get to watch as people fight for their lives. But in that one, it's sort of like a competitive like game show. In Battle Royale, it's just sort of like torture, basically.
Yeah.
It's population control. I think it's population control. It's like your class
I
is
think
up.
people like bet on it and shit. Like that's
Yeah.
another whole thing.
Yeah.
Subplot of the series.
But the term battle royale comes from that movie, and then now Fortnite is like one of the biggest games that's ever existed, ever. And this was the decade for it. It's a trip. It's an absolute fucking trip that Battle Royales became a thing. They didn't exist 10 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any on like my playlist really, but I just wanted to talk about that as far as the influence they had on.
Yeah, I mean, it's
It
huge.
started about like what 2014, 2015 that they started blowing up.
Yeah, PUBG.
I think, yeah, like 2015, 2016, PUBG, and then it got bigger, and then it came out on Xbox, and then Xbox bought them or whatever, and then Fortnite was like, we could do it, but more
Cartoony and
more
more
approachable,
kid-friendly.
approachable. We can get anybody in this. There's no blood, there's no gore. You know, we can do it where kids can play it. And now it's like a bunch of 30-somethings playing it, wrecking fucking 12-year-olds, and it's become its own genre. Like, the thing is the genre didn't exist. You know, think about survival horror. That's been around for 20 years since Resident Evil 1 came out, basically 20 years ago. You know, so it's sort of an older genre. Battle Royale is a genre within the last decade, within the last 6 years. And it's crazy. We got to see the birth of a genre this decade. And it does have a huge impact on what's going to come in the future. Because if you think about it, VR is approaching, like Boneworks just came out, and people are in love with it. Like how you can interact with things like super well, like for the first time ever. And imagine if Boneworks did a fucking battle royale where you're playing
VR
with other
battle royale.
people in VR who have to handle the guns and are stressed and freaking out like in real time, and you can see their hands shaking and they miss because they're shaking too much. You know, I actually talk about this on the podcast that I'm a guest star in that's coming out, where I think that VR is very scary. I mean, I'm playing MGS2 right now. I mean, VR is like, you know, you can make soldiers out of VR. And if you do a VR battle royale, I mean, that's just like training people to be killers, right? Go into the house, find the axe, fucking kill the dude that's downstairs. I mean, that is freaky shit, right?
I mean, I guess it could also help you too, like a VR driving game or something, for example, or like a VR like Euro Truck Simulator, where like you actually get to like travel through all these places like in first person.
That'd be
Right? I
cool.
guess not in first person, but in, like you actually get to see it, like not through a screen type thing.
Yeah. What do you think,
I don't know,
Quentin?
I
Do you
think
think
they're-
VR battle royale is coming?
I think there'll always be like the disconnect from, you know, the video game to the real life, because even with first person shooters, you can see them do all the actions, but that won't translate really to real life, you know, actually doing it. I've never used VR, you know, I'm kind of poor, I can't afford
Yeah,
it.
I'm broke as fuck too.
You know, so I can't, you know, afford the $900 VR headset to
Right.
play all these games. So I couldn't tell you if it translates. I mean, I do like recreational shooting, you know,
Ooh, yeah.
I go
I
to
want to
the
buy
range and I
guns
shoot
so
guns.
bad, dude.
but I don't know if playing that with a controller will actually translate to real life. I know, like, there's videos of they take Japanese airsofters, because, you know, they can't have real guns, they can't have a real gun range in Japan.
Right.
So the civilian ownership is super restricted.
Yeah.
But they do
Basically, guns are
airsoft.
basically illegal in Japan.
Right, but airsoft's completely unregulated.
Right.
So they can have whatever they want and train however they want with that. So there's videos where they take an airsofter and see if that translates to real life firearms. They take them to America, take them to a gun range, and see if like their times are as good as, you know, a competitive shooter. And it does. That absolutely works. But that's
Interesting.
how you have something that's like physically the same, you know, shape, the same.
Almost the same weight. It's the same.
Right.
You're holding it physically in your hands.
Tactilely, it's like the same
Right.
everything. You know, you've got
Right.
the same grip, you've got the same magazine. But if you have a VR, the little stupid, the Vive circles with it's like
Right.
the nunchuck. in
Yeah,
both hands.
yeah.
Does that really translate? I wouldn't be able to tell you, but it might be a good way to get it visually, as you're looking around with your eyes and you're having to look around. And the fact that you're having to use both hands like that instead of having two hands on a joystick, maybe
Right.
that does absolutely train you for, you know, some kind of situation like that.
Now, Quentin, scoot closer to your mic or something, because you're quiet as fuck.
Okay, you might have to bump that part, but I moved it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a long ass podcast.
Yeah, dude, we're already at
Yeah,
an
we're
hour,
already at like
dude.
an
We're
hour.
already at an
We got-
hour. We
we
haven't
got
even
through, like,
talked about
5
the
games.
movies yet. Oh, yeah, we got some time.
All right,
So, number
do you
8.
want to go with, like, because I'm almost to like game.
See, Quentin, you gotta come closer. I've already bumped you up to like 175%.
Yeah, you cut out the last half of that sentence.
Okay, what about like going
That's
to like
better.
game of the decade and then moving on to like
Is that what you want to do? You want to go that quick?
No,
well,
dude, I
we're
got
at
8
an
games to
hour.
go through.
How about like an hour on?
Fuck you. You trying to get out of here?
No, I'm all right. All right, this could be like a 3 hour long.
Yeah, it might be. I told you. I
gotta
hope
get
you
through
guys are
this.
strapped in because
All
I'm
right,
fucking
let's do
in
it.
this shit. I got a lot of shit that I want to talk about.
So what's your number 8?
Mine,
Yeah.
Far Cry 5.
Ooh,
I really like that game, and I
you like the Far Cry games. You've
Yeah, I
always been a
do.
guy who likes those games. I know that about you.
Yeah, I like the RPG aspect of like, deciding what you want to do in the open world and everything.
Yeah.
Deciding what loadout you want to use and deciding how you want to take.
And you love, I mean, I love it too. Everybody loves it. It's the most addicting part of Far Cry is raiding the fucking bases and doing it however the fuck you want.
Exactly.
I mean, Far Cry 3, if I can talk about the Far Cry series real quick, changed the way fucking games are built since that time that Far Cry 3 came out. Now, open world games are based around enemy bases, finding fucking towers. Every open world game follows that element now because Far Cry 3 worked perfectly. Because you can upgrade your character, you get the fucking grab a dude from behind, pull his gun out, kill 2 enemies, stab him, drag him, take his money, drop him, throw a knife, fucking. I mean, you become like a god in that game, and you're clearing these fucking bases like instantly, and it feels fucking amazing. And then you're like traveling around the world and you're being rewarded every step of the way. And you're like, oh, well, I'm going to go hit that radio tower. I'm going to fill up the map. And then you unlock like 6 places you can go. And you're like, oh, well, I'm going to go fucking hit up that animal. I'm going to kill it because I can skin it and I can make a new upgrade. I mean, Far Cry 3 was built perfectly. It was perfectly built. And every game since that point, I think Far Cry 3 came out this decade. Can somebody fact check that? Can Murphy, somebody, can my tech please fucking fact check when fucking Far Cry 3 came out? 2012?
Nice.
That's in the decade, baby. Yeah. That shit fucking changed the way games are made. And Far Cry 4 and 5, which you have as your number 8, I mean, they just get to build off of this perfect fucking soup that was Far Cry 3. What about Far Cry 5 puts it on your list above other Far Cry games that came out within this decade?
So I mean, it was the first one that I played. Like technology-wise, it looked way better than the rest of them.
Uh-huh.
Even though they left everything in that was in Far Cry 4, and it was gameplay-wise, gun-wise, everything. It was just almost exactly the same.
Right.
But it was the first one that I played with like my triple monitor setup on my
Oh, yes. I remember your
and it was,
fucking
like,
monitors.
having it surrounded and super immersed in that world and just having
Yeah,
it.
because you're like looking with your eyes and you're looking at your other screen and your field of view is so fucking wide that you have to like move your eyes over to see what's over
right.
there.
It was like the point of view was like I actually had vision view.
You're cutting out and you're quiet again.
Well, I didn't move as far as like where I am.
Scoot closer.
Well, I mean, then
That's
I'm like
better.
my lips, like I'm getting closer every time. Quieter.
Dude, my lips touch this shit for hours. The sock that is on this fucking mic is disgusting with my spit.
Like this one, I think had more vehicles.
Beautiful. You sound great now. Thank you, Quentin.
Like there was helicopters.
Oh, yeah. Wasn't there
there
like
was
planes, too?
Right, there was planes that you
Nice.
could get, and like the weapon customization was super good. I didn't like that a lot of it was, of course, DLC stuff you had to pay for, stuff you had to only log in at a certain amount of time
Right.
to like play this event to get this weapon unlock.
I didn't like all of that, but as far as like, you know, influential games and fun games, I had a really good time playing Far Cry 5.
Fuck yeah. Fuck. Yeah, I played the fuck out of Far Cry 3. I played the fuck out of Far Cry 2. Far Cry 2 did not. I don't think it came out this decade. All right. Mike, lead us off.
My number 8, and so when Nick told us games of the decade, he said games in 2009 are okay. So this game is technically not within the decade, but it was
I knew it. All right,
early 2009.
Since you've broken it, since you've broken the boundaries, I have a movie that came out in 2008, but I fucking only found out about it in the last 2 years.
2008, that's kind of pushing it.
A little bit.
Yeah, but my number 8 is Dragon Age Origins.
You fucking bitch. I knew it.
Oh, I might bitch
You
now.
love those games.
Well, because
I
like
think-
I'm sure there's DLC that came out in like the decade.
Okay, I guess I'm
is
technically
that all
right
you
now.
gotta do? You gotta have somebody talk about it within the last 10 years, and you can fucking put it on the list.
But Dragon Age Origins, I think it does. I think the whole Western RPG concept the best, and what I like about it the most is like unlike Mass Effect, where like you have the stupid dialogue wheel.
Yeah.
And you like always know like, okay, top right is the good guy choice, bottom right is the bad guy choice. With Dragon Age Origins, they give you like a list of responses, and that list of responses, they have like the entire like sentence or like paragraph that you're going to say to them. Unlike with Mass Effect, where like you get like a 3-second explanation.
Right. And then
like a
it's
summary
not
or
even what
something.
you said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's like,
and, like,
it's like you
Fallout
suck,
had that
and like
problem.
you have like a 6-paragraph fucking sentence of you saying like, "I'm
That's
gonna
why
fuck
Fallout
your mother
4
tonight."
was
You're
only
like,
good with mods because there's a
"Woo."
Fallout 4 mod that removed that wheel, and it just replaced it with like you could choose
the
exactly.
list, but the list
like
is shit.
Yeah, well, at least it spelled out exactly what
Exactly
you were
what
going
you'd
to say.
say. Yeah, well, that's just what New Vegas and shit did, like the classic Fallouts. All right,
Yeah,
Mike,
exactly.
continue
and-
with your origin.
And with the like the list of what you say, there are like situations where I spent like 5 minutes because I didn't know what to say, because there's no indication for like, oh, this answer is like the good guy choice or this one's the bad guy choice. I had to actually like think about my response and how they would react. to that.
Would you have liked if possibly, since you are this character, not doing it as black and white as this is good guy, this is bad guy?
I don't like when they do that. That's
Well,
what I'm
okay,
saying.
that's what I'm saying. Like that's bad, right? But would
Yeah.
you have liked it possibly if? So another game. I'll reference a game in just a second. So would it have been kind of nice with the list if it was like it puts it in brackets before the entire sentence, where it's like this is going to be a sarcastic thing that you say. For me personally, thinking about it
tone?
right now, yeah, it would be like tone.
Yeah, I'd like that.
That would be kind of nice, right? If you had like a tone before each like line where it's like, oh, well, he's gonna say this in a sarcastic way. Yeah, I think being sarcastic would fit right now. And then you don't got to think too much, but it's not as simple as like, this is the good guy, this is the bad guy, this is the joke, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There's a game called Alpha Protocol, and it is made by the dudes who... Obsidian. It's made by the dudes who made fucking Fallout New Vegas. Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah.
They had their dialogue wheel was very interesting. It had 4 options, and you were on a timer. So the timer would zero out, and you would do silence as a response. Or you had 4 options. I think you had like suave, professional, sarcastic, blah blah blah. It was very simple, but that sort of thing where you know like the tone that's coming out, I think that would be a really good addition to like fucking New Vegas or anything, any kind of RPG where you can just tell the way you're gonna say the thing, you know, and then that'll really put you into the character. Because sometimes I want to be sarcastic, I want to be an asshole. And then it would just be like, oh, well, this is one of 3 sarcastic fucking things I can do. So I'm going to pick, like, a sarcastic one, you know?
Yeah.
So what else though? Do you get to make like good party?
So-
You were telling me that you can like make decisions where party members fucking fight you
Yeah.
because they don't like you.
Yeah, so I'll explain that. So this game, there's like a lot of party members that are optional. Like one party member, Zevran, he's like an assassin who got paid to kill you.
Mhm.
But once you like subdue him, he's like, well, I got paid to kill you and I failed, so I can't go back to them. So I might as well join you, right? And you can either just like kill him because he's an assassin, or you can be like, run away, I don't want you in my party. Or you can be like, hey, join my party, that's fine. And other characters like Win, there's this whole storyline where she joins you to like help subdue these like rogue mages inside the mages tower. Once you get to the top, you can be like, well, these mages are dangerous, I want to kill them. And she's like, oh, I can't do that, I need to help save these mages. So she defects and fights you, and you have to kill her.
Damn.
So yeah, there's a lot of situations where
that I like. That sounds
you
really
fight
fucking
party
cool.
members. Yeah, and there's a couple characters like Alistair and I think Morgan are forced upon you. So if you play through the game, you at least have them,
Right.
and your party has like a bare minimum. But that's about it.
I think it's cool because one of the things I've played a lot of D&D in my time, and one of the problems I have with a lot of DMs is they do the tavern intro to their story where everyone meets in a tavern and everyone is just automatically friends for some reason.
Mhm.
And I've never liked that. And this sounds like something that would appeal to me because people are coming in and leaving the party because of their own personal views. You know, and that's how I play my D&D campaigns is like, even if you put me in an inn in like in a pub, I'm not necessarily going to be friends with everybody right at the beginning. And I'm usually, because I'm a role player when it comes to D&D, because I'm autistic. I really like playing fucking D&D. And I'm usually standoffish at the beginning. And I make friendships with some characters. And every single D&D game I've played outside of our D&D club in fucking high school, fun fact, we were in a fucking D&D club in high school. We were fucking nerds. I still tap pussy though. You know, just saying. All right. You can play D&D and still get vagina. But
It can
every
happen.
campaign past that point, I'm usually like, because of the way that the other players play their characters and the way that I play mine, because I build a backstory, I build a personality, and if they don't fall in line, then I'm not friends with them. And I think that it makes things more interesting in a role-playing situation where everything isn't just, hey, you're my best friend now, thanks for letting me join the party. It's
Forced upon each other.
Yeah, it's like you're forced upon each other, and even when someone comes into your life, you can just immediately kill them. Like you were just talking about with the assassin comes to come kill you. You can just fucking kill him and never have him in your party, ever. Are most people going to do that? No. But the fact that you can have the option of like role-playing that thought process of like how your character is, it's like, no, I wouldn't just trust this guy all of a sudden. Like, what the fuck? Execute this guy. And you just fucking kill him. You just fucking kill him, and he's never in your party. You don't ever hear his dialogue. You don't ever get to see him in a fight. He's just dead. And I think that sounds fucking lit. And you're kind
Yeah,
of making me
and-
want to play that game.
And Origins, more so than like basically any BioWare game that came out after it, it allows you to roleplay to that degree. Because like in the original Mass Effect, you can't really roleplay that much because you're locked into the dialogue wheel.
You
and
are
you're
a
locked-
shepherd. You are
a shepherd.
Yeah. Why
So-
can you roleplay more in Origins, though?
Like I said, you have like
Oh, so many options.
so many options. Like
Gotcha.
even for
Yeah.
some like side quests, like I don't know, you help some kid find a blanket or some shit. I don't know. Like you get the blanket back, and the kid's like, "Oh, thank you so much. Here's your reward." You can say like, "I don't want it. Keep the money." And you don't even get like XP for completing that quest. But if you take the money, you get the XP for completing the quest too. So you can just roleplay as a nice guy who's doing it for the greater good.
For just to be nice.
And you have too much money, and you'd rather have the kid have the money, even though like the kid having the money doesn't affect anything at all. You can
Right.
still do that.
I like things like that. I mean, I like role playing games. Quentin, what's your fucking best role playing game of the decade? Go.
So the best role playing game of the decade is also like the best game of the decade,
Oh fuck.
and that's definitely Fallout New Vegas for sure. I
Yeah, that's a
fucking
good game.
full replay.
So are you saying to me and to this group and to this fucking podcast right now that your game of the decade is Fallout New Vegas?
Yeah, we started off the decade in fucking 2010 with
9.
Fallout New Vegas.
Well, I'm just saying, like, we're doing 2009 January to 2019 December.
Okay, well, fuck it. But
Still
we
came out in the
started
decade.
Game of the decade RPG, Fallout New Vegas. As far as like atmosphere, gameplay, choice wise, with like what you can say.
Dude, there's like 8
Um,
different fucking endings, too.
Exactly. There's like so much shit you can do in that game, so many
Yeah.
perks you can choose. I think that's just pinnacle Fallout is definitely Fallout New Vegas. Like
A
the
lot of
soundtrack-
fucking people agree
soundtrack,
with
I
you.
still sing songs from fucking Fallout. New
Oh,
Vegas.
dude, Johnny
got-
Guitar.
Yeah,
Ain't That
I've
a
got
Kick in the Head?
The Spotify playlist saved for the Fallout New Vegas soundtrack.
Fuck yeah. I mean, I remember because I always used to. I would play the radio on my Pip-Boy. Always. I mean, it's so stupid to not have the radio playing. Basically, I mean, you're walking around in the desert and you got radio.
Right.
But dude, when like there's that comic of like a stick figure like kicking open a building and like shooting like hundreds of people and there's like blood everywhere and like the lyrics of Johnny Guitar are like that's the only dialogue in the entire comic and you're just like, yeah, dude. That's exactly what happens. I remember I was playing just like 2 months ago and like a kickin' fucking 50s song came on and I was just wrecking raiders, just shooting their heads off. I mean, just blood and gore and explosions. It was fucking amazing. And I think that you have a very good game of the decade choice. Now, I hope you understand I want to keep talking about more games because there's like lots of games I
absolutely,
haven't
'cause,
mentioned.
like,
But
that's
I'm
not
glad
even-
that we have our
so-
first game of the decade
Well, like
out
that's
there.
it's got half as many hours as like my most played on Steam, but I'd still call it the game of the decade.
Absolutely. It's not about, that's the thing with, I think that
Well,
the
'cause,
perks
like, I
of
think my most played hours is idling and
well, yeah. I mean, you were
Fake
going
hours.
for cards and shit
Exactly.
for like a lot of games. Do you remember that fucking thing that you could download that would like idle for you and get cards for
the
you?
Steam idler.
Yeah. I played
In TF2, they would have idle servers, and you just sit there and get
And
like
get
items.
Get hats and items.
Hats and items, yeah. Just leave your PC on for fucking 6 days. Yeah. Fucking lame. I would always join those and just like get achievements that required like headshots and taunting
Oh
and
yeah,
shit.
so you get the achievement items.
Yeah. I would do a lot of that.
Your parents would be like, "What the fuck happened to the phone bill this month?"
Yeah, dude. What's up
Or
with the
the
internet? What's up with the
electric bill. Yeah.
electricity bill, dude? It's like, oh, sorry, I had my computer running for 39 days straight on an idle server. Like we reached our limit like fucking 14 weeks ago. Like, I mean, what like with our internet limit because this is 2006. Like, what the fuck happened? You're like, oh, dude, I was. Not only was I watching porn every night when I came home from school, but like my fucking computer was on a TF2 idle server for like 130 days.
What's your next
Game-
game?
Game of the decade. Oh my god. Fallout New Vegas. That's a fucking good game. I think it's on Game Pass right now, and I played it again, and it was fucking great. So I'm going to talk about I'm going to talk about one game right now. It's going to be my first-person shooter of the decade. So
Okay.
this is the decade of the online first-person shooter. Call of Duty Modern Warfare came out. Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare came out. I think at the beginning of the decade or before.
That was in
the
2010.
Maybe. Fact check it. But that game changed first-person shooters and video games and online and the way that we operate in the world from that moment on. And That is not the game that's on my list. But this is the decade of first-person shooters, and I think the game that I'm about to mention is the best first-person shooter of the decade. Not only was the campaign perfectly paced, perfectly short, I think it was like 6 to 8 hours, very short, but every single step of the way, you're in a new, interesting location. Something cool is going on. You're learning new things, picking up new weapons, getting better. The multiplayer, in my opinion, is the best that fucking first-person multiplayer has ever fucking been. The game that I am referring to is Titanfall 2. I believe that Titanfall 2 is the best first-person shooter of the decade. And right now, as of December, it might have been November, but within the last 2 months, that game was free to play, to download and own forever for PSN, for PS Plus players on PS4. And it managed to make the Titanfall 2 servers go from 5,000, 6,000 people to 60,000 people playing concurrently. That is fucking incredible for Titanfall 2. So the game is alive again, at least for a little while, and I definitely fucking recommend playing it. There are the unlock system, the way that you unlock weapons is fucking perfect. So as you go through your first 50 levels, let's just call it your first 50 levels, you unlock tokens that are permanent unlock tokens, and you unlock weapons as you level up. Then you hit level 50, and you can prestige, just like fucking Call of Duty. But when you prestige, you start back out with your base loadouts. But as you were leveling up, you have all these permanent unlock tokens. And you can just use one of those tokens and buy a gun for your next re-up. And then like a gun that you fell in love with before you hit level 50, like the L-Star, my favorite gun in the game, you can just buy it and you can just own it forever. And then you can just build loadouts around it, and you just keep doing that. Where you buy all the things that you liked, and you just build these perfect loadouts as you continue to play the game. And then you play online, and you slowly get better, and you're playing with people who are slowly getting better. And as you level up every weapon, every class, every Titan, you're unlocking colors and decals and all this shit so that you can pimp your character out and you can look cool. And all this game is super skill driven, and it's chaotic, sort of like an arena shooter, like Quake or like Doom. Lawbreakers. Yep, that fucking game that existed for a week and a half. It has the chaos of an arena shooter, which is something that I love. I love arena shooters. Something about me is I love arena shooters, and this game has that. But plus invisibility, plus wall running, plus grappling hooks, plus shields, plus hollow pilots, plus 16 different types of fucking machine guns and shotguns, and you can call in a Titan, and you can pilot that motherfucker, and each Titan has a loadout. This game is incredible, and I fucking got it for like that's right. I got it for $2, and I put like 65 fucking hours into it.
Yeah, weren't the sales for that game like so bad that they had to create Apex Legends to salvage them as a company?
Well, I don't know. The thing is it was like is EA fucked them. Do you know when Titanfall 2 came out? Would you like me to tell you?
No.
It came out between the weeks. There was a 3-week period. Okay, week 1, Call of Duty Infinite Warfare comes out. Week 2, Titanfall 2 comes out. Week 3, Battlefield 1 comes out. So they literally, EA fucked Respawn. EA fucked Titanfall 2. They put like this game up against fucking Call of Duty. Are you joking? They put Titanfall 2 up against their own flagship shooter. Are you joking? And then they raped them. And now Apex Legends is a thing. But Titanfall 2 is fucking beautiful, and it's my favorite first-person shooter of the decade. Wow. I got a Snapchat. So, what's next? Who's next? Quentin? Mike? What do we got next?
Oh, I don't know. Did I talk about Just Cause yet? Like Just Cause 3 and Just Cause 4?
No, you didn't.
Okay, so like Destructible Environments, like
Yes.
Red Faction came out like I think like 2008 or 2009.
God, can we please just
so we gotta
talk
leave
about that
out, but,
fucking
like,
beautiful game?
Destructible Environments became like kind
Wait,
of
no,
like,
it didn't come out in 2009. You were playing that shit when you lived with me, dude.
yeah, because I still wanted to play it because I was doing self-imposed challenges.
People can play old games.
Yeah, people can just be patient and play.
Mike,
something
look
new.
up Red Faction Gorilla. All right,
Fact
continue.
check that again. But that was just such a fucking good time. Like
2009.
as far as like the grappling hook and stuff, you could like, you got.
Now, which one?
points
2,
for-
3, or 4?
So 3 and 4 were the ones that I really played.
Yeah.
I played a lot of 2, but after it came out, and then I was more patient about that one. But like 3, I bought, saved up for and bought it when it released, and it's like as I did with 4. But like the fact that you could steal any car, and he's just like, like police, Secret Service, it's fine. And you had this like fucking, you were Spider-Man, Grand Theft Auto mix.
Yes.
With like any gun you could possibly order from this helicopter. This cowboy would come in a helicopter and drop off whatever explosives you wanted and restock whatever supplies you needed. And then you just Spider-Man away throwing grenades at every fucking anything that was red. Was like a communist fuel tank or a communist vehicle or whatever dictatorship was in the area, and you were just trying to dismantle it by causing as much. It was called chaos, was what the points were, and you were trying to cause as much chaos as possible. And you could just jump out of it. You could spend like 10 grand on a plane, have it delivered
Fly
to
it
you,
straight
fly it-
upward.
fly it straight upward,
and then dive out.
dive bomb into a building that's like a high importance target, and then jump out and parachute at the last minute, and then grappling hook in and finish off all the characters or all the NPCs that are still in there. And it was just
Pure
such a
fun.
fun time. Exactly, it was
Pure
just
fun.
mind-blowing fun.
Yeah.
And that's why it's one of my top
Just
games.
unadulterated. Fuck you. We're making a fucking fun game.
You didn't
fun.
have to pay attention to the story at
No,
all.
not one bit.
If you could just like dismantle every single city and every single military base just by destroying every like key explosive, key like radio tower, anything that's marked on your map to destroy, you just blow it up and then you're good.
Now, Mike just confirmed that Red Faction Guerrilla came out within the decade. Would you say that Red Faction Guerrilla is better than Just Cause?
Yeah, because I mean that you can destroy literally everything.
Everything.
Even if it's as like an important target. You can't destroy like people's houses in the Just Cause series, but you can in Red Faction. You can drive a truck straight through it, and you also had like 14 explosives attached to that truck that you just detonate, and the whole car blows up, and the marshmallows into the cardboard that the house is made out of just splits everywhere.
Nice ZP reference, I believe. Low-key ZP reference. But I loved... So, Just Cause 2, I think it came out probably like 2007. But I remember... Because I literally have Just Cause 1 on my original Xbox. And it's a fucking funny fucking game. Like, it's wild. And then Just Cause 2, I was watching like the dev videos and stuff. And it was just like, it's more, and and it's next gen, and fuck you, it's gonna be awesome. And I was like, I was in love, and I love grappling, hooking, and parachuting, and hijacking cars, and hijacking planes, and and you like hijacking a helicopter and then using it to blow up a bunch of shit, and then like dive bombing it straight towards the ground, jumping out, parachuting, grabbing onto a car. I mean, it all happens, and you get into this zone of like parachuting, grappling hooking, and you get into this flow of destruction causing, and it's beautiful. The game is literally, there's something inside all of us that wants to just blow shit up, and that's what the whole fucking game is built around. And you can fly in like the fourth one. I mean, you can literally just fly across the entire map. So,
Yeah, I mean, like even in the third one, you could buy planes and shit.
well, I mean, you can get the glide suit. You can get the glider in 4 and 3. I think 3 has it too. And you can just fucking parachute and then grapple hook and then go into the glide suit and then you
Yeah,
can
I
go like
bought it
600
with
miles an hour.
the DLC that made it to where there was like kind of like a futuristic military force that was there.
Oh
But you got
yeah, that was like the
your
last
glide
DLC.
suit. Your glide suit became a jetpack glide suit. That you basically were a plane.
That's
you can
fucking
get
awesome.
Like you were Iron Man, you'd be flying around and shooting rockets out of your shoulder.
Sounds badass.
And I just left that on through the entire campaign because it was just so fucking satisfying to just parachute in and just fucking start blowing shit up, like from my wingsuit, my squirrel suit.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. All right, Mike. We've talked. So is that like what? What does that count as? Like, is an open world game? Do I have any of those on here?
Sandbox type game, I
Sandbox?
guess.
Okay. All right. Sandbox game. One of the best of the decade, Minecraft. We all have to agree, right?
Stop stealing my number 2, Goy.
Damn. Is that your number
Yeah,
two?
I was looking at stuff like that says 2009, but then like actual Mojang release was 2010. So
Yeah,
definitely is this.
that's my number 2.
And it's
Minecraft-
influential because like they released it on the Switch. I bought it on the Switch. Like,
Fuck yeah. Dude, not only was that game influential to, like, not only did it change gaming, but, like, it was fun. Like, we used to play that shit in fucking computer lab. We used to play that shit, like, every night. I remember me and Derek, like, building fucking pirate ships and shit. I remember us all
Blowing
playing
up Derek's
Survive.
server with TNT.
Yeah, I remember setting up. We tried to build that giant fucking pyramid at TNT.
Yeah,
like
his
that was
computer
so
wasn't good
big
enough
that his
to
computer
detonate.
literally almost melted. We almost burned his fucking house down because his computer almost got so hot. I mean, like, beautiful times.
I remember that server where Wyatt built this huge ass theater out of wool, and then Caleb burned it down with lava, and Wyatt got pissed off at him.
That sounds like something that happened.
Yeah,
Fucking Caleb was a piece of shit. I'm putting it in the podcast. Caleb's a fucking piece of shit. Fucking glad I don't talk to that motherfucker anymore. God damn. Fuck.
but
that
I
guy.
think more so than like any other game, Minecraft is like one game that absolutely benefits the most from having other people to play it with. Because
Yeah.
like I've done some single player Minecraft servers and like they're just not that fun. But once you like get
Everything's a chore.
but once you get a couple other people and like shenanigans start happening and like people start dying and you start like joking around and shit, it just gets a lot more fun and enjoyable. And for like all the servers that we've done in the past, 10 years, that's why it's my number 2, because it was that much fun. I feel like.
I mean, I feel the same way. That game, there's just something about it when you really do play it. I mean, fuck, we used to play. There was 2 games we played in fucking computer lab. It was Halo, because it would run, and Minecraft, which would crash, but it would still kind of run. But I remember us all getting, like, I remember just digging with Derek super late at night, listening to fucking music. I don't know what day of the week it was, but just going until fucking 11, 12, 1 in the morning, like without like a care in the world. Because
Time flies when you play this game.
Yeah, not only did I have the energy because I was young and I'm not an old alcoholic, like I am now.
Yeah.
I had, there was just some spirit, and the game was so fresh. There was not anything like it. It was lightning in a bottle, where it I don't know what happened in Mojang's fucking brain where he thought that game up, but he created something that has literally changed gaming. Like we talked about Fortnite, you know, fucking Quentin, you brought up battle royales. That changed gaming fundamentally in the last 10 years. Another game that changed gaming fundamentally in the last 10 years is Minecraft. Crafting is now one of the biggest elements in gaming in any genre now because it's so fucking enjoyable to do. Gathering and crafting is now a huge element in a lot of video games where honestly it doesn't even really fit, but it just worked for Minecraft, so why not put it in our game? I mean,
And a lot of people make fun of it too, but the whole like YouTube / Minecraft like channel Let's Play thing just absolutely blew up too once Minecraft came out. There were so many there's people coming out with Minecraft Let's Plays, like Minecraft tips, Minecraft update videos that were just getting so many videos, and you know that all led to like the whole like cringe compilations of like 5 to 10 year olds.
the spider
Yeah,
thing.
yeah,
The
Minecraft
eye of the
spider.
spider. I have. Guess what? That's
all the
gonna. If I
song
can
parodies.
remember, if I don't get too fucking drunk tonight, that's gonna be the fucking intro to this goddamn podcast. Eye of the spider. That's
Do
gonna
it.
be the guy. If I can remember, somebody fucking text me. I'm gonna write it down.
Can I knock another one off my list?
Do it.
Inspired by Minecraft.
Yeah.
Top hours played, but this might be idling because I needed to grind so much playing this game. Terraria. I played so much Terraria. And I'm
yes,
still
I
playing it because they're
know.
still updating it.
You
But, like,
love Terraria.
I would leave my computer just going, and I would have like statues attached to the wires, and I would have it on a 1 second timer, just killing all these mobs, so I could try to grind for certain items. And I would just leave that going, and that would just fucking bump the hours on the game. But as far as like, the crafting and everything, it's just so inspired by Minecraft. You can tell,
but like they
all,
take
the
it like 10
materials and
steps
everything.
further.
Exactly, they add so much more to the game because it's 2D and a little less complicated, like mechanically. So they could add so much more to the game as far as content wise.
Bosses and
stuff-
shit. Like there's way
yeah,
cooler
stuff-
bosses in Terraria than
Stuff
there
you
are in
would only
Minecraft.
get in a mod in the base game of Terraria, and that's why I like it so much, and that's why I have so many hours in it.
Yeah.
It's just because it's just so in depth with like the shit you can do, and it takes so long just to get to the end game, anyways.
Fuck.
Like you'll
all
have
you
that many
guys play that
hours
shit.
just trying to beat the game,
Yeah.
and that's another one that benefits from having a lot of people playing and a lot of people helping out.
Oh yeah. I've seen so many cool fucking houses, like people like bases that people have built in Terraria, dude. Like, dude.
And the cool
Yeah.
thing about single player with that game is you can have one character across multiple worlds,
Really?
and also so
And then all your stuff carries
so
over?
one world exactly. So one world will have like the corruption, and one world will have what is the other one? The crimson. So there's the
Yeah.
corruption or the crimson, and those are like it's unique to each world. You can't have,
Mutually
like,
exclusive?
Yeah, you can't have both in one world, but you
Right.
can take one character onto both worlds. So the items you wouldn't get from the Crimson that you get in the Corruption, you can
Fuck
get
yeah.
in both if you just create a new world. And you create just a small world so it loads quickly, and you mine it of all the resources you can.
And then
and
bring
beat
it back
that
into
world,
your
and
main
just
world.
Bring it back into main world.
And then start a new
Exactly.
one and do it again.
Exactly, and you can just farm.
That sounds bad.
everything
I didn't know
else.
you could do that.
And you can throw a world there's a separate timeline of events. In Minecraft, you just play, and it's just it gets harder the more experience points I guess you get. And you can go to different you can go to the Nether, or you can go to the end, and that's basically what you can do. And you can do it at any time though. But in Terraria, it's like an actual timeline of events. Once you beat a certain boss, certain things will start happening.
Like the red
Once-
moons and stuff like
Right.
that.
Right. Once you beat 3 bosses, a certain NPC will show up and sell you things.
Interesting. Now, do you think that that's a better approach than Minecraft, where you follow things in more of a linear way?
I think it's two separate games. I think it's more
Yeah.
RPG, more story based. Like when you're playing Terraria, like since that has a certain like tracking to it, where you know a certain thing is going to happen once you do this.
Oh,
You
right.
get-
So you can
it-
you'll
complete.
get the
I can
voodoo
build. I can build the MacGuffin, and then the boss will come, and then I know that
right.
the next
you,
set of
you,
events
you
will
can
come
prepare
after.
for something before it happens.
It works
you can build
well.
a straight line in hell, and then you can throw the guide voodoo doll in before you get yourself into hard mode. You can build the boss arena before you make the boss appear.
Interesting.
It works well in Terraria because Terraria is a finite world. Like there is an edge to Terraria, there is like a bottom, but in Minecraft, it's like basically infinite. So like in
Well, isn't there a bottom in Minecraft? You just hit the fucking bedrock, and
Well,
then you're
Yeah,
done.
there's bedrock, but as far as like the axis of like
Outward.
walking,
Outward,
yeah,
right?
and, there,
You can just
and
keep
there's
going
technically a barrier in Minecraft, but it takes like 2 weeks of straight walking or something to hit it.
yeah, an AI just beat it.
And if
There's-
progression in Minecraft was like Terraria, there would be a lot of situations where you're just wandering around aimlessly trying to find something because it doesn't have like a set place in the world. Like I was playing modded Minecraft called Sevtech, and Sevtech's heavily progression based like Terraria, but because you're not like guaranteed to know where certain stuff is, there's a lot of situations where you're literally walking in the direction for like 2 hours because you just can't find something.
Yeah, and in Terraria, it's a 2D plane. Half
Right.
the map.
Much
You
simpler.
have to make a map for each sector, and there's small, medium, and large worlds. And if you just want to like rape the world of resources and
Small.
you can mine the whole thing. You can mine the whole thing out in like a day.
Right.
You can choose a small world, and like if you're a certain level, you could just buy bombs from the demolition dwarf. Like the NPCs are another thing that Minecraft doesn't have. It's like if you meet certain requirements, like if you find explosives in the overworld, a dwarf will come if you have a house for him, and he'll start selling you explosives like dynamite and bombs.
Fuck yeah.
And so you just buy a shitload of bombs, and you can mine a whole of all the resources in like and then you just take it back to your main world and build a fucking huge castle. And that's one thing that like you couldn't really do in Minecraft, except in Minecraft, there's a whole different, it's 3D. There's a whole different dimension to it, and so
Right.
you can like such better houses, such a nicer looking things.
Right, you can build things that are super aesthetically. I mean, dude, people are
Right.
recreating like the entire kingdom of Lord of the Rings or all of fucking
Harry
Game of
Potter
Thrones,
and stuff
Harry
like that.
Potter and shit, because you just can in Minecraft. You can do anything. Like in
There's a
that
server
way.
to recreate the entire Earth, I think, too.
Oh,
Wow.
oh my God! I do not
Like
doubt.
3D scan it from Google Maps.
That's weird. That's super crazy. Wow. Yeah, Minecraft was a fucking huge game. Sorry to steal your number 2, Mike, but fuck.
Yep.
I mean, it was a hell of a fucking game, right? I mean, fuck. Yeah. I'm
So should
honestly, I'm getting near the end of my list. And honestly, I'm
me too.
down
I
to
got a
just
couple
drop my
more.
number 1. I mean, we've talked about a lot of games. I'd be down. We're fucking 2 hours in.
Oh, I still got like 6 games left.
All right. Then you go, Mike. Hit it
I
out.
do
dog.
another one.
My number 7 is Smash Ultimate because
Hell yeah, that's on my list too.
Whoa.
I had to have
Okay.
like a Smash game, and thank God it wasn't Smash Wii U because I did not like that one. But Smash Ultimate compared to Wii U just feels a lot faster, a lot more fluid, and less defensive based. Even though like the meta in tournaments is very defensive based as of now with like Snake and all that. But
Yeah, you get a good hit on someone and it like blows the whole time, and it's like
Yeah.
crack, and they jump across the whole map, and you just fucking. It's so satisfying to hit them like that.
But Smash Ultimate mainly feels to me it's like the ultimate fan service game, and I know some nerds going to tell me some other games like the ultimate fan service game, but
All right, you
it's
guys
like-
continue talking about this because I don't play Smash, so this is all
Yeah,
you
but-
two. I'm gonna go get a drink.
to me, like quite literally, like pretty much everything people could have wanted into a Smash game is in this game. Like every single character, nearly every single stage is back. Pretty much every single song that has ever been in a Smash game has come back. Pretty
Yeah.
much an adventure mode. And what are you gonna say?
Well, I was gonna say, like, what do they have now that? So they took out from Melee. They had the trophies. Now what do they have? Released the.
They have the stickers.
Yeah.
I don't think stickers in this game. It's called
the spirit. Sorry.
spirits.
So yeah, it's not even as in depth as that. Like you could just have a team of 3 spirits to enhance your character a little bit, which is fun in the story mode. But I liked that you could paste. You had a certain map, and you could paste stickers in Melee, and like you had to get a certain amount of space because some stickers were bigger than others because they were more powerful.
Oh yeah.
And it seems like just some Switch games they babied them. Like the new Mario Party, I couldn't put it on my list at all because like Mario Party.
Hey,
8,
I like the new
had-
Mario Party.
Mario
Well-
Party 8. I don't know if that definitely didn't come out this decade because that came out in middle school. So
The Wii one?
the Wii one, Mario Party 8.
I think that was the last one on my
Shake It Up.
Wii.
Yeah, well,
That
if we're
was the-
gonna go on that,
So much better than Mario Party for the Switch because they had like the cards that you collect from the guy with the top hat, and you could buy all the collectibles with it.
I
And,
really
they
like the
stripped all of that
variable
out, and they
characters
stripped
though.
all of the maps.
the new one,
Well,
though.
yeah, that's the same thing. They added to Smash all these characters, but they removed some other stuff from the game and just added
Uh-huh.
characters just to kind of distract from the fact that they babied the game up a little bit. And it's not as apparent in Smash. Smash is still amazing. It's on my top of the list, but not top of the list, but it's like top 3.
Right.
But
Well,
like,
as far as
the
Mario
Mario
Party-
Party goes, you know what I'm saying. Like, there's not even that many maps. You can't do 99 turns anymore.
it's like
which I think is
10
bullshit.
turns.
Right, you can do like max 15 turns, and then it's like that's such bullshit because you can't
The
do
maps
a
are
whole,
really small too.
You can't do a whole 8-hour sleepover time. with your
Oh
friends playing
god,
Mario
and we've
Party.
done that. This
Right,
fucking
and
this group of people has fucking done the
Has
8-hour
done that,
Mario
and there's,
Party day.
There's even less mini games, so you can't like.
Dude, Mike, you remember fucking 111 Hootenanny?
Oh yeah, Wyatt got the 111 on the
No, that
gold.
was me.
Oh, you got it?
I got
thought
the
Wyatt-
111 Hootenanny. That's why I had a clan tag for like 3 years that was brackets 111 Hootenanny.
Yeah, I remember in we did the 50 turn Mario Party 2 game, and Wyatt ended up with 0 stars and 0 coins.
Because we fucked him.
We started
fucked
with
him.
less than he gets for just starting the game on turn 1. But I was gonna say for the new Mario Party game, like it's disappointing, but it's an improvement over what Mario Party 9 and 10 was. Like,
right.
so I considered it like decent compared to 9 and 10. But as far as like
it's because like they took it down for
what it could be, it's very disappointing.
because there was like even as you said like fucking someone over, you couldn't do that. They
No,
took away all the items that let you exactly pick somebody to screw over. Like they had the candies where you could like if you were close to somebody, you would eat the candy and just roll over them and directly battle them for their stars. And it was just like
That was 8, wasn't it? I remember
Exactly.
that. I remember being rolled over in 8 and having to do some
And losing all of
horse
your
shit.
right? You had to play a
Some
mini
fucking
game
bullshit.
specifically. And they didn't let you get that kind of revenge in the new one, and that's why it's like not on my list.
Okay. I
As far
will
as, like,
absolutely
games.
concede the
Mhm.
things that you're saying, but I've played the new Mario Party 2 or
It's
3
fun,
times
yeah.
now. And it's fucking fun, honestly. And I really there's something about because typically in Mario Party you pick the one character that you always main. Me?
yeah.
I'm Wario. There are still
Yeah.
Snapchats of that out there
I
somewhere.
love playing the like in the new one, Shy Guy 100%.
Well, there you go. But it's fun because you know what I was doing? I was playing Wario because I think he has like you can do like the 3-6 dice and then you have 1 and 0 or 2 zeros and then you have 6-6-6 or something. But like Bowser has 10, 12, 9 fucking negative coins, coins. And I'm like, dude,
The all or nothing dice.
I was like, I'm gonna play Bowser because that sounds hilarious. And I fucking had so much, and it's like it's the first Mario Party ever ever where I've played a different character because like because it would be fun to do that.
Because the
And I
characters
think-
are actually different this time.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that if we did what you guys are saying, keep some of that fucking beautiful shit from the old Mario Party, and maybe the next Mario Party Switch 2 will have the super sick character dice and the super wacky shit with more games and way bigger maps, 99 turns, 8-hour games, like a game of fucking Risk with your boys where at the end of it you're so fucking angry you don't want to play video games for like 2 weeks and you're just like, let's just fucking go to bed.
Just get the
We've been
fuck out of
playing
my
this
house."
shit since fucking noon and it's goddamn midnight and I want to fucking go to bed. I mean, I get that. I totally get where you're coming from, but there's just something about that new Mario Party that kind of just it hits me right in the fucking heart, you know? I like playing
Yeah.
as characters because of their dice. It's cool. I like it.
It's like there's good ideas in the new one, but it could be so much better.
Not executed as well as it could have been.
Yeah.
So I beat, like, you get the stars, right? And then once you get all of them, you become the superstar, or you get the gems. And once you get all 5, you become the superstar, and that's how you beat the game.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Story
On the new
mode.
Mario Party.
Oh.
So there's the different selections for the games you can, like, there's the boat rowing, and then there's like one where you play on teams, and then there's like the just classic Mario Party basically, and you can choose all these different ones. There's one where you're on like a stage, like a K-pop group, and you're just dancing, and like that, all the mini games are rhythm based. But if you play these like 4 times each, you'll get like a star,
Huh.
and then like once you get like each and every single one of those gems, you that's how you beat the game. You know, you get the fucking. There's a whole cutscene at the end, like, oh, you
Interesting.
fucking did a good job.
You're a hero.
Exactly. So I did the friend one, like where you play as a team, a computer, like you and 2 people, or you and another partner play against 2 people as a team. And then I beat the rowboat one, just by myself, with 2 Switch controllers playing with each rowboat
my
on
God.
each side. And then at the mini games, I would play each controller at once. Like I would play half of it and then put it down, and then play the other part, basically.
Damn. Is
But
that
you're-
autistic? Can somebody
You gotta
somebody
do what
give
you
me
gotta
a-
do.
can
I don't
give me
care.
a Geiger counter on how fucking autistic that is?
You know, I was just.
I'm
trying
thinking
to-
we're getting some pretty
all the way
rapid
through.
clicks on that one.
It wasn't like Mario Party 8 where you needed friends to beat it, because like tickets you can get at like a 99 game, 99 tickets. This one I could actually play, you know, on my own and beat it by myself.
Is that a little sad? That's sort of like my Thanksgiving special, just kind of sad. Like
A
I
little
was
bit.
playing
You
this
don't have the
co-op
friends to
game
play
by
with.
myself,
By myself
and it
with
was
2
okay.
controllers.
It was cool. I enjoyed
had a
it, but
good
I was
time,
alone.
I promise. But like Switch games, like, do you guys have any other Switch games that are on your list?
I have
Dude,
one
no,
more.
because I don't have a
I do
fucking
too. I
Switch
think Mike,
yet.
I might know. Do
Okay,
you
well,
have Breath of the Wild on the list?
no, I
Okay,
did
then
not.
never mind.
Really? I
one's
honestly thought
mine.
that you would have BOT dubs on your list.
I didn't play through the whole game. I watched my mom play it, and
Oh, really?
because I never actually
Did you
played
not
through
like
it
it?
Damn,
myself.
the mom gamer, the mama gamer.
Did you not like it?
Well, like with all the Zelda games, like I didn't play a Skyward Sword or this one because I don't want to play through it and like potentially ruin it for my mom.
Really?
So
That's sweet.
So I
That
saw
is
her
very,
play through it.
That's
I was
very
like,
beautiful. What the things you're saying right now, Michael?
yeah, and since I watched her play it, I was like, well, I kind of feel like I got the experience from watching her play it better than I would have gotten it from playing it. So I played through like half of it, and I was like, I'm good.
Like,
So-
oh, do you have like? Is there?
I think it's
Monster
bringing
Hunter on
a tear
Switch?
to my eye, to be honest.
No, Monster Hunter. Oh, it is on Switch, but I didn't include it.
Okay, then I don't know what your other one is.
Okay. Let me drop another. Well, MGS5 is a terrible game that came out this decade. We won't do a big old thing about it.
It sucks dick.
It sucks, Dick. I already did a fucking 3-hour podcast on it.
Yeah,
But
We don't need to make this any longer.
I know. We don't need to fucking continue on it. But a game that did come out in the Metal Gear series that I very much enjoyed was Metal Gear Revengeance. I think it came out in 2010, and at the same time, DMC came out, and I honestly truly believe that Rising Revengeance is better than DMC to this day. And I really enjoyed that as an action game, and I had a good time with it. So I just wanted to, honorable mention to fucking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. I bought Zone of the Enders 1 and 2, like they came out on 360. It was like a double pack, and it came with the Revengeance demo. And I literally only bought Zoe for the Revengeance demo. But like Zone of the Enders 2 ended up being so fucking good. Like it's like one of my favorite games now. Like, didn't know I'd fall in love with that game, but I fucking did. But I just wanted to throw out an honorable mention to Revengeance.
Okay. So how many more do you have?
I want to drop my fucking number one of the decade, and I want to go to the movies.
I still got 5 games.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
We drop them all at once. Like,
All right, yeah. Let's drop all 5. Drop 4. Get to your final one, and then we'll fucking me and you will both
Okay.
drop the final one. We'll get to the movies.
Dude,
Dude, we're fucking 2 hours in, and we haven't even talked about the movies.
That's because we spent like 10 minutes talking about Mario Party just by it not being on anybody's list.
spent 10 minutes talking about fucking everything.
Yeah, I've been talking
All right.
a lot. So
Number 6 is Mass Effect 3.
all right, now we're gonna trade back and forth. I'm gonna do this super quick. So my number 6, we're gonna call that one Neo. An action game in the vein of Dark Souls, but it's more like Ninja Gaiden. It's super fucking fun, and it has like the loot of a hack and slash like Diablo.
My number 6, Animal Crossing New Leaf, like best mobile game that came out this decade. I love Animal Crossing. Waiting for the new.
You know what? When I did my E3, when you're like, I'm not a girl, because I said fucking Animal Crossing is for girls, and you were like, I'm not a girl. And I was like, what are you talking about? You're like, you said Animal Crossing is for girls. And I was like, I did say that.
I love decorating. I love the furniture. I love the social aspect of it.
You were
Like, that's
saying
why-
some
that's why
girly
Stardew
shit to me
Valley-
right now.
Stardew Valley is like I'm still playing it. I had it installed at home, and I have it installed at my work computer. I played it all day at work instead of actually working. I swear to God, if my boss
God, I
comes up
cannot
finds this
wait to
podcast,
send this
I'm fucking
podcast to your
fired.
boss so you get
Like-
fired.
if my boomer of a boss can't figure out how to like watch this shit, I'm gonna straight up get fired because I played that all day instead of doing any work.
You played it all day.
Like no, I printed out. So there's a Stardew Valley like planner where you can like
Oh
pick
my
what
God.
farm you chose, and then you can like choose what farm buildings you're putting in, choose what like crops, and like you can plan out your farm before you even like do it to see how it's gonna look. I printed that shit out on the work computer.
Did
using,
you
like,
print that
full
out
color-
on a goddamn
full color ink.
architectural paper?
No, not the full 24 by 36. No, just like the normal paper. But I did it in like full color, so it was like a bunch of like.
It was
colored
like
paper.
$17 worth of ink on your goddamn fucking Stardew Valley paper.
Just so I can.
This is why
reference
your
it.
boss's company is going out of business, dude. He's got you sitting around planning Stardew Valley farms in full color instead of working.
That's just what I gotta do. I wish I could play more games.
It's what I gotta do.
But you know, the computer can only run that. Like, and that's a good one because like all these indie games are coming out. That you know you don't really require the fucking state of the art video card to play these.
Right, which is probably like, dude, I looked up a bunch of fucking hentai games that I could play on my computer. Dude, any fucking RPG maker. I was on a thread on V or a V or like H, and it was like they were talking about fucking hentai games, and I was like, dude, I have a computer from the 1800s. What can I play? They're like, dude, any RPG maker hentai game, that's all you, dog. And I was like, all right, bro, I'm going to beat my dick tonight. and I fucking looked up some fucking hentai games, and then instead of fucking playing games, I just just masturbated to fucking hentai instead. Why do the work of playing a game?
Welcome
You can
to
just look up a
fucking
porn comic and
2019.
just beat your dick for 5 minutes. You know what I'm saying?
What a world we
Alright.
live in.
So, Mike, drop your number 5.
Despite it being probably the worst Monster Hunter game in the past 10 years, Monster Hunter Try for the Wii, because me and Derek have like over 500
I was
hours
gonna
each
say
in
like
that
over
game.
300 at least, because I
There's
know
so
you guys
many
played
hours
that
in that
shit
game.
so fucking much.
We dominated the online, just doing so much shit, getting so many low speed run times. No, I'm just kidding.
I know you guys have a speed run in that, don't you?
Yeah, but it got taken off.
Yeah, I got taken. The fucking bitches. I was gonna say a bad word, but bitches is what we'll go with. So
Yeah, I've the
uh,
most fun experiences with Try, despite it probably being the worst Monster Hunter game. That's why it's on that
interesting.
list.
Interesting. So I'll drop my number 5. Ugh. Oh god, an ice cube just went down the wrong pipe. Excuse me. My list is not in any particular order, really, but I'm going to drop number 5 is going to be Bloodborne for PS4. Now, I really, really enjoyed this game. It is a Soulsborne type game, but for some reason this game really clicked with me. I thought it was beautifully directed. I thought the first time that I played through it, I thought it was a man hunting beasts story, but it turns into sort of like a ethereal fucking alien story, and I was really fucking into it. And there's a lot of secrets, and there's a lot of hidden shit, and there's a lot of like cryptic side quests. There's a lot of disturbing visuals and storytelling that are told quietly through item descriptions and things. This is the only fucking goddamn Soulsborne Miyazaki game that I feel is worthy mentioning in the decade. For some reason, this game is just gorgeous. Not only is the gameplay fantastic, they added a system called the rally system, where if an enemy damages you, you get sort of a red health bar, sort of like a fighting game, where in a fighting game, if you sit and you don't take any more damage, you will regain that health back. In Bloodborne, if you immediately attack an enemy without them hitting you again, you can regain all of that health back. So it made the formula of the Soulsborne game, which I believe two or three came out before Bloodborne did, but this got rid of shields and instead made you have to parry, and it added the rally system, which made you be more offensive instead of defensive. And I think that it was just sort of beautifully directed. I think the aesthetic was fantastic. I think fashion born is fucking real. I just had a really fucking great time with this game. I mean, I absolutely just fucking enjoyed the shit out of this game this decade, and I believe it's definitely worth mentioning. So, Quentin, what do you got?
Oddworld New and Tasty.
Ooh, an Oddworld game.
I was kind of condemning like remakes and rehashes, but
No,
this was a remake of the original like,
Oddworld, Abe's Odyssey.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it was like restylized and new controls and new.
Yeah.
Sitting on the.
Did
couch
you really like that
playing
game? I didn't know that about
I
you.
played a lot of that sitting on the couch. It's super difficult.
Were you
as
rescuing
far
the
as, like,
guys?
Yeah, I was trying to get as many as I could.
Yeah.
That's what made it super
Dude, that's fucking hard.
and it was like, as far as platforming goes, one of the hardest I've ever played.
Oh,
A
yeah.
little floaty, a little everything. But it was like very comedic. There was a lot of small things in there that I was.
Dude,
like,
the
really
Oddworld
enjoying.
attitude has always been so funny because they're like little like alien creatures. They've always been sort of odd creatures, and I just think that Oddworld, like the dudes who are behind that game, they have like such an interesting sense of humor. It's very dark.
Yeah, and it's like kind of anti-capitalist. Like they're enslaved basically. On this
They are.
planet.
No, they
Like, all
are
of their
actually
creatures-
slaves. And then they get
all of
turned
their
into like
creatures are
meat.
getting
Like the
turned
whole
into
fucking thing
canned
is like they get
food,
turned into
yeah.
meat and shit.
and sold off as
Yeah.
like, tasty treats.
Yeah.
And that's what happens. He figures out they're making new and tasty, which is like making the slaves into meat because they're
Yeah.
running out of like all the other kinds of. So these were these sentient creatures getting turned into,
Beef
snacks,
sticks,
basically.
fucking Slim Jims. They get turned into fucking Slim Jims.
So it's an incredibly difficult platformer, escaping. I don't know. It was just a good story,
Yeah,
good remake.
actually,
I hadn't even played.
I
the
played some of it just this like 2 years ago, and it's so hard. Like trying, especially because like they set you up where you're escaping, and then there's like a little. What are the little guys called? What's the race of those fuckers called?
the Mudokons.
The Mudokons, yes. So, like they set you up. So there's like a trap, and there's like a button, and if you step on the button, you can progress. But the dude below you that you can't reach yet without thinking dies. And then if you press the button, you get to escape, but he dies. And then you like, oh, well, I want to save that guy. So you have to like take a step back and you go, okay, if I go backward a little bit, I can go downward. If I just dodge that dude with the gun, I can go to that guy and I can save him. And then I can make it all the way back, dodge the guy again, hit the button, the dude doesn't die, and I can progress. Like that is what, I mean, that's like sort of like I made that up, but the puzzles in that
that's
game sort of
mostly
work
what it
that
is.
way.
You can have a wait button and you have a call to them button like hello, and they're like
Hello!
"Hey."
Oh my God!
Uh,
Yes, hello, hello.
And then they can like start following you, and you
Yeah.
like have like 5 at a time following you, and then you have them wait, and then you sneak around and you distract a guard, and then distract him to a place where you can sneak the guys around him.
Yeah,
And then you get them through, and then at the end of the level, it'll count all the
it's
guys.
like
you got,
Madokin
all the-
saved.
all the guys
5
that
out of
you
10.
left. Yeah, all the guys that you left die because there was like basically a mutiny, and so the enemies will
No,
slaughter
that game
them.
is hard as fuck.
Yeah,
That's a
it was
super
good.
fucking hard play because it's one of those like, it's not like Mario where it's about speed. This is about like thinking. It's a thinking platformer where each level has like 3 layers,
Yeah,
and
it's a
each
puzzle
layer leads in a
platformer.
different direction, and there's side objectives within like the area that you're in, and there's puzzles. Like each level is filled with physical puzzles. It's a fucking hard game. I don't think my brain is big enough for that game, to be honest. I will put that in the podcast. Honestly, that game's a little bit too big brain for me.
At least you admit it.
Yeah. I can admit when I have small brain. All right, Mike, hit me with your 5th or whatever.
My number 4 is the highest ranked Switch game, Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Oh shit, it is too,
Wow,
isn't it?
okay.
People love that shit.
I would never guess that was. I don't know that was on this.
Yeah, this came
I
out
don't
in
follow
like
Fire Emblem.
This year.
came out in like July, and I have like 400 hours. It's
Oh my god, are you serious?
I just like this game. There's a
Oh yeah, you were
ton-
telling
Putting
me.
me to
You
shame.
keep
like,
repeating
I've
it.
got 400 hours in like my decade-old fucking games.
Yeah. Dude,
Yeah,
I don't
like,
have. I don't. The only game I have 400
like,
hours in is fucking Warframe.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my number 1 has more hours, but
Oh boy.
so anyway, Fire Emblem Three Houses. It's like I think my second favorite soundtrack besides Smash Ultimate, but like Smash Ultimate's cheating because
It's got everything.
it's got like every single Nintendo
every
song on
game
demand.
ever in it. It's even got fucking Metal Gear songs. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like this game more so than basically every other Fire Emblem game has more replay value just solely to the fact that you have 3 houses you get to choose from at the beginning, and that impacts who your lord is, who your like co-lord is, or lord handler
And
to
then
be
not
exact.
only that, you get to pick the units that you want to use. So sometimes you'll use some units, sometimes you won't. So they're like, well, I'm going to rebeat the game again, but I'm going to with the same house, but I'm going to use different units and see if I can
swap
do
out
it.
some units.
Yeah.
And because you can also attune like any unit or student to exactly what you want it to be, you can make like a character that's supposed to be a mage into a like a heavy HP axe user and like see how they fare. And
just for
not
shits?
only
Just for
yeah,
shits?
just for the memes and for shits. But what also this game does really well is like with how weapons work. There's like weapon ranks, so they start at E and they go all the way to S plus. But there's New Game Plus in this game, and your weapon ranks can carry over between other playthroughs. So if I start up, Yeah, if I start up a new game plus, I can basically buy like a student's weapon rank and a skill all the way up to S like right away.
But does
And
that
that-
break the game, or does that
It-
help you in the harder difficulties?
It basically breaks the game, I feel like.
Okay. So you can cheese like the first half of the game, basically.
Yeah, and you also get to buy like skills for mastering certain classes. So like right at the start of the game, I can basically buy a
The
student
best
like
skills in the game.
yeah,
is what
a
you're
skill
saying.
that gives you like 6+ strength on hit, a skill that can potentially have damage, like just broken shit like that.
That sounds like, but that sounds like it's just chaotic fun. Like you've earned it. You know, you played through the campaign. Fuck it. You deserve to fuck around. You know.
Yeah, and it's also probably the most noob-friendly game in the series because of the fact that you have like what's called the Divine Pulse, but it's basically just like a set amount of save states that you get. So if you fuck up, you could just press like the left trigger, and you can go back to any
Oh, you can rewind time.
action. Yeah, you can rewind time to any action that has occurred since the very beginning of the fight. So if I fucked up on like turn 9
That
with
sounds
one character
great.
attacking, I can rewind all the way back to turn 5 when one character like critical hit a dragon. Because I'm like, that's a critical point in this fight. I want to restart from there.
You know what? That does sound like it's built for babies. But to me, honestly, that sounds like the coolest shit ever. Because I play XCOM, I play fucking strategic games, and I like them. And I've Iron Man games before, but honestly, time rewind is like one of the coolest powers ever. And the fact that you can
Anytime
just
I can abuse save states, I do. I'll admit it.
yeah, you know, who the fuck doesn't like anyway abuse save states? Why not just build it into the fucking game, dude? I mean,
Yeah.
everybody's gonna fucking do it. And then look at you as someone who plays a lot of fucking Fire Emblem. You can just be like, well, I'm just not gonna use that. I'm just gonna play the game as
Yeah,
it
you
goes.
can challenge yourself.
You know,
But this game also, I feel like they accounted for that. So they made particularly the end game and the most difficult mode in the game like hard as balls.
so
So
you
you just
have to reset.
yeah, if you just weren't expecting like ambush spawns to start here, or you weren't expecting like a long range magic user to crit you out of nowhere, you can just be like, okay, well, I'm just gonna
Well, that
save
works.
state like a couple
especially if
turns
the game is
out and
built
try to kill
around
'em.
it. If the game it wasn't just like an afterthought. It's like, oh well, this game's too hard. We need to fucking build in a reset mode. It was like, well, no, we have this reset mode. Why don't we make the game super fucking hard? And then they have to use it. I mean, or they're fucked. You know.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, yeah, let's fucking go nuts. You know. And then the thing is they can make the game even more fucking difficult because they
Which
know
they do.
that you can reset. So it's like, oh, yeah, I'm going to go back 3 turns and think about this, and then I'm going to try this new strategy. Oh, that fucked up too. All right, I'm going to go back 6 turns, and maybe I can rework this. I can place him here. I can move her there.
and
you
and
know.
you're hard capped with the amount, which gradually like increases as the game goes. But
Ooh.
so like I don't really use
It
the
sounds like
divine
it was
pulse.
built in as a prime mechanic for this game.
Oh yeah, they explain it lore wise too, but there's a lot of
yeah.
situations where like I just go to attack somebody with like a 95% chance and I miss. I'm like, fuck that, I'm resetting. So I reset save state exactly 1 turn before that, and I make sure I hit them with somebody else who's a higher percent chance to hit.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. All right, Quentin, what's your number 4?
Hotline Miami.
Ooh, you did play a lot of that game.
Mm-hmm.
What about that game was so sexual to you?
I don't know, visually and like
The aesthetic was
soundtrack-wise, it
fantastic.
paired-
The music
paired
is
so well
fantastic.
Exactly. So soundtrack and the visuals paired really well together.
Yeah.
And gave you like a really good experience that even if it was like super gory, like story-wise super depressing, like getting into it, and especially because like you died so much, it would just like reset your brain. Like I really need to get into this and think about it. Like you
And the
didn't
thing
think
is
about,
there's like
anything
no
other
loading
than getting
times.
into exactly. You didn't think anything other than like I need to clear this floor. Like I only remember where the enemies are.
Yeah.
And then you're just jamming to the music the whole time.
No, and you get into this killer mindset.
Right,
Like
exactly.
you
You're
become
thinking
the
entire
psycho
time.
because of
Your brain is just working, thinking
Yeah.
about, oh, I need to kill this guy. I know he's going to have a shotgun. I got to take that. And then
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit him with. I'm gonna take that, use the 2 shots it has, and then
Yep.
throw it at the next guy in the next room. And you're like, oh, there's gonna be a dog patrolling this area, and then I got.
And then you can shoot it
And
off screen because you know it's
there's
fucking
almost-
there.
Yeah, exactly. You know it's patrolling the room, and you know it can. Like, you know there's gonna be a guy that's not patrolling; he's just standing there. So
Yeah.
you can shoot to the end of the hallway because you know the bullet will travel that far.
Yep.
And it's like you're doing all of that planning, and there's almost no penalty for dying.
Zero penalty.
So,
Just restart
you're
the level.
You're doing it over and over again, trying the fastest or like the most efficient way possible, just to get through it. And like once you're just like getting through a level where you died 50 times, and just the satisfaction of
Oh,
like,
yeah.
getting through that and beating it just is such
It feels
like, a
fucking
euphoric
good in the
experience.
dick.
Exactly.
But I mean,
and it's like,
I remember
you're
when I was
unlocking
playing
weapons
it.
as you're going, getting points as you're going. It's just like such a rewarding experience.
It is. Fuck yeah, it is. I mean, the game is very simple. Pick up guns, you shoot guns, you can throw guns, you can pick up melee weapons, you can smash people in the head with melee weapons, and then when they're on the ground, you can fucking execute them by bashing their fucking heads in or like executing them. But like, I remember when I was playing, like my eyes, like I felt like my eyes were moving like rapid eye movement like a fucking dream. Because as you're fucking doing this shit, I mean, you're looking left, you're looking right. I mean, your mouse is moving so quickly because it's a top-down perspective on the floor of the floor that you're on, where your character is in the middle and you control them with the WASD keys, and then your mouse spins you in a fucking circle, basically, and then your left and right mouse button do pick up and shoot,
Like
basically.
old school GTA, like GTA
Yeah,
1.
GTA 1, 2, and 3. And it is so quick. Like, I cannot even fucking explain to you how fast you can die. But when you die, you respawn instantly. It is like you're dead, bam, you're back. I mean, you can sit on the death screen, but like you just mash the space bar or enter, and you're fucking respawned right at the beginning. And your brain is like, okay, there's a dude on the left, there's 2 dudes on the right, one of them's patrolling, there's a dog that's gonna come down the hallway. You do that. And you're like, okay, I'm on the 2nd floor. There's 3 guys on the left. There's 1 dude patrolling up top. There's 1 guy in the bathroom taking a piss. I'm going to kill the guy in the bathroom. I'm going to take out the 3 dudes with the gun that guy drops. And then your brain moves like a rocket ship when you're playing this game. I mean, you have to. You have to process information super quickly. And you build intelligence as you fail a level, like you said, 50 fucking times. And man, you die a lot. You die a lot. I mean, I died so many fucking times, but the
Like, shit you
soundtrack
don't
is so
expect,
killer.
like-
The soundtrack is so fucking good. It honestly doesn't matter.
And it's pretty forgiving, like with save points and everything. Like if you
Every
clear a
new floor is
floor,
a save
the
point,
next
isn't it?
floor is
Yeah.
your save point. And then you'll beat that, and then maybe there'll be a boss, and it basically saves right before you fight the boss.
You walk into the door. That's the fucking
Mm.
save point, is walk into the door. So you just have to walk in the door, watch the cutscene again, or skip through it, and you
Right.
fight the
And
boss.
you almost get to choose playstyle, choose loadout.
Yeah, because of the masks.
And that like gives you either a power or like a new starting weapon.
Oh,
you
like the
can start-
knife. Isn't like the Jaguar start with like a knife?
I
something?
think maybe the Jaguar, but I know there's the Tiger that his like fists are killer. So like instead of knocking people down, if you just choose to melee everybody with a fist, it just like knocks their head open. It like blows their like,
Right.
There's a lot of gore, pixelated gore, in that game.
What's
So
the
this-
zebra?
The zebra, I think he like looks further, or maybe that's the giraffe. I don't remember all of them.
Yeah.
But
There's
I
like
know,
a
like, you
rooster.
can start
there's
with
a
a drill.
tiger.
Right.
And there are all these masks. Like it's like a psycho killer. Like think the movie Drive, but like the dude's wearing like a psycho killer mask, and
you get one like each level.
Yeah.
But it's just it's very difficult, and also like it's such a therapeutic almost to like get into a game that's like with such a good soundtrack and such good visuals, and it's like making you. It's almost a puzzle for like killing all these enemies on each.
Well, you
floor.
enter a flow state when you play
Right.
that game. You end like where you play that game for 3 hours, and it
makes
feels like you
think
played it
about
for 15 minutes.
Every single step you're making, and every single, weapon you're picking up. Should I trade this weapon for this melee weapon?
It's like, yeah, if I pick up the bat, I can kill that guy super quick, and then I can pick up his assault rifle, and then I can shoot it, and then I can throw the assault rifle at the dog, pick up a knife that the fucking dude that I just killed dropped, stab the next guy, use a door to stun the guy, stab him in the throat. I mean, it is fucking, you become a psychotic killer playing that game, and it's beautiful. Absolutely fucking great. What was that, your number 3?
Yeah, I mean, I've only got like a couple. Wow.
Are you falling asleep on me? Because not only are you cutting out, but you're getting quiet.
No, I mean, my mic might have turned off. But no, I've only got a couple of this besides that.
So you stay right where you are right here.
Okay, got it.
Mike, drop the next one on us.
My number 3 is Old School RuneScape.
Nice.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Just because it got re-released, you motherfucker.
It officially got re-released. I mean, re-release is the wrong thing. The main game got released in like 1999, but it's still going. They physically like re-released a whole separate server just for Old School RuneScape, so I am including that. Okay,
Fair.
but
I know
people
that you are literally autistic about that.
yeah,
game.
people like bitched that the main game was so bad that Jagex was like, "Okay, fuckers, here's an older server of our game. Have fun." And like the older server of the game now has like 4 times the player base of the actual main game.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And it basically inspired the whole like WoW Classic thing too. So
Huh.
yeah, I've basically been playing this like every day since release in like 2013 or whatever. So I put it on here because
Fucking A.
even though it's not a lot of fun, I still play it for some reason.
That falls
Because you're fucking
into-
addicted.
Yeah, because I have
falls-
to keep playing it.
That falls into my re-release of the decade, the Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection. Yes, that came out
There
this
we go.
decade, baby. That is Metal Gear Solid 1. That is Metal Gear 1, 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4, and Peace Walker. All the best Metal Gear games. Yeah, it's sitting right in front of me. If my
Basically all
PS3
of them
controller
except
wasn't fucking broken, I'd be playing fucking Metal Gear Solid 2 tonight before I go to bed. But I fucking can't because my controller's wrecked. But the Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection, Metal Gear Solid 3 is still on the list as probably my favorite game of all time. I'm currently playing through Metal Gear Solid 2. If I can get a controller soon, we will have a Metal Gear Solid 2 podcast because Mike is a fucking expert 9 times, I believe, right?
Around that.
Around that. So, for some reason, I am on record as saying Metal Gear Solid 2 is fucking trash, but for some reason, man, something's clicked within these last 2 weeks, and I am fucking loving every second of it. So, man, and Metal Gear Solid 4 is like my second favorite Metal Gear game of all time, and that is a controversial opinion because that movie is 75 to 85% cutscenes, and I'm okay with it. to be honest, because the cutscenes are so fucking good. But Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection, that's my re-release for the list. I love these games. This is not even nostalgia goggles. I came into this series as a teenager. I discovered it way late in life. I remember emulating one on PC, and then for some fucking reason, like the stars aligned, and they came out with the fucking the collection, the remastered collection on Xbox, and I played 2, 3, and or 2 and 3, and then I was like, Mike, let me borrow your PS3 and play 4, and then I just used your fucking Invis camo and fucking beat the game in fucking a week
Yeah,
because that's
you
all the
bitch.
time I had. Because you were like, I want my PS3 back, and I was like, you bitch! It takes me longer to beat games than that. And I was like,
I had
fine.
nothing to do.
I know.
I
I was like,
needed it back.
I was like invis camo. I gotta beat this fucking game, and and then I stopped doing it. And I started getting pretty fucking good at the game, and then I beat it, and I was like, this is the fucking best. Like I literally just played every single Metal Gear game within a year. This has been the coolest fucking year of my life. And then I played Peace Walker, and like Peace Walker's fucking up there. I mean, Peace Walker's fucking fantastic. But I love Metal Gear. It's probably my favorite series of all time, aside from like Prince of Persia or like Burnout or something. But Metal Gear Solid Legacy Collection. Quentin, what do you got? 3. I think we're on 3 or 4. Something. We're close to the top.
Yeah, so like I already said my number one. So like maybe my number 3 would
Yeah.
be
Now again, your number 1 is Fallout New Vegas. I just want to
Yeah.
remind, because we're now 2 hours and 20 minutes in. I just want to make sure that we remind the group that your number 1.
I
is
mean,
Fallout
like
New
as
Vegas.
far as numbers goes, this isn't as high as some of the other stuff. I'd
Yeah.
be like a number 6 actually, but like Skyrim and then the re-release of Skyrim. So Skyrim Remastered came
Yeah.
out, and it was like I was able to play it like with the Xbox controller wirelessly to the Steam Link finally, because like they had like fixed some things as far as like streamlining as the way it runs and everything, and fixing bugs and shit like that. So I've got a lot of hours into that, and I definitely like put a lot of fucking hours into that as an RPG.
Well, I can
And
definitely
since
agree with
since I
you.
can't put Oblivion on the on this list, I have to put
2007
Skyrim.
Oblivion came out, like 2007.
Yeah,
2008.
since I can't throw that one on there, I'll
Yeah.
throw.
Who needs 10 separate games when you could just include all 10 re-releases of
Skyrims.
Skyrim?
All 10 versions of Skyrim.
I played it as unarmed stealth.
You're cut
archer
out. You cut out
with
as
a mage.
fuck. Restart that whole sentence.
So I mean, I played it like a bunch of times. I played it as a stealth archer. I played it as an unarmed
Who
Khajiit.
didn't?
I played it as double battle axe. I played it as a 2-arm melee.
Fuck yeah.
I've played that game a fucking ton of times.
And I will absolutely jump in on this and say, for some reason, there's something about Skyrim that is like crack cocaine. I know for a fact, because I have these numbers. I mean, these numbers are scientific. Skyrim came out on 11/11/11, and I believe that was a Friday night or a Thursday night. Can someone fact check that real quick while I'm fucking telling this story? I can jump back to fucking to 2011. Hold on, fuck. November
10th, 2011.
No, it
is
was
what-
11/11/11. Done. That was a Friday. That's right. See, I knew it, motherfucker. So this is what happened. It came out. It was supposed to be a midnight release on 11/11/11. So it was going to basically come out on Saturday. But it came out for Steam users at fucking 9 p.m. And for some fucking reason, I mean, I came home from school. It came out at like fucking 8 p.m. I played that shit for, I think we had Monday off for whatever fucking reason, or we had Friday off. Something fucking weird happened where we had 3 days off the day that game came out. I put fucking 60 hours into that game in a 72-hour period because it was so fucking good. I mean, it's not as good playing it again now, but I mean, you can still fucking have a fucking great time playing it. Mod it up, do survival mods, do camping mods, do this like, I mean, dude, the modding community for fucking Skyrim is stupid. It becomes
All
a
those
completely
titty
different
mods.
game when you mod it because there's so many fucking mods. But I just remember fucking that weekend, I put 60 fucking hours into it because it was like a 3-day weekend for whatever the fuck. It was like a teacher appreciation day on the 14th or something, and we
One of
got
those
fucking
stupid days.
yeah, we got one of those stupid days off school, and I fucking slept like maybe 8 hours in 3 days because I just had the raw young cock energy of a fucking high schooler, and I was able to stay up and play that game for fucking 60 hours in a 72-hour period. It was lit. I don't even know if I shat or pissed or ate. I know I just played Skyrim. It was awesome. I mean, and I've come back, Quentin. I have come back to this game, and I have played it again. Throw in a few slight, like, QOL mods. Play the fuck out of it for like another 12 hours straight. Just like not the only game I touch because it's just so much fun. Yeah, we can just dead air all that. I'll just
Well,
not
I mean,
do
like,
any of
agreed.
that. I mean,
That's why I got
fuck.
Yeah, that's
and I
fine.
played a shitload of the remastered edition because like
Is
I
it
bought
good
it
on
like
Switch?
on release. No, I mean I bought that on Steam again.
Oh,
Um,
oh
just
yeah,
like-
remastered came out. Right.
yeah, and it had all the
Yes.
DLC with it, which I didn't have originally.
Right.
So I got to. Play
I
all
still
of
haven't played the DLC.
Last on my list, Breath of the Wild for the Switch.
I knew it. I
definitely-
knew BOT Dubs
It's-
was going to be on this
it's
list.
well, because I already talked about it for a little bit. Like,
Dude, I
as
really want to
far as
play that game. That is going to be
Legend of
the
Zelda
Zelda
games.
game that I play.
right, my favorite is definitely Wind Waker, obviously.
Are you me? Because that's the one that looks like it's going to appeal to me the most. Is
I
Wind
had it
Waker.
in my
sailing,
honorable
and
mentions.
sailing on the open seas and everything. That's my shit.
Yeah,
um,
that sounds beautiful to me. It's something that I really want to do.
Breath
People
of the
keep
Wild
telling
is
me
a
don't play
totally-
Wind Waker
totally
as your first
different
one.
game. Yeah, I mean it's completely different. There's open world, and the fact that you don't have to do everything at one, like in a certain order. You can go do each. They're divine beasts instead of temples now, basically, and you can do them in whatever order you want.
Hmm.
And you can just fuck around, and like the weapons have durability now. Like you don't get a weapon and you have it in your inventory.
Yeah,
Like,
so you,
it's
you
like
use tons
an
of
inte-
weapons and stuff.
It's not an integral point of the game like that. You have this fucking weapon, and it's just like you use it to unlock a certain ability. Like you'll have the hook shot, and like you'll use it to get to a certain area. You can't unlock that area without the hook shot. They removed all of that, and this is like a totally different gameplay style.
Right.
and
Now,
it's
would
just
you
like
say
all
that
about-
Wind Waker and Breath of the Wild are similar in that way, where their gameplay is totally different than from what came before and after it? In a way, where like Wind Waker was totally fucking different from what I've never played. I will put it in the podcast. I've never played. I only played one. I think I played Oot. I played Oot with one of my ex-girlfriends because I was trying to, I was trying to tap that and fucking play Oot and shit. And Wind Waker, I was always told, was so different than any other Legend of Zelda that I shouldn't play it as my first one. But now that Breath of the Wild is out, it's totally
Way
different than any other Legend of Zelda that has come before. So
I-
are those two games similar in that way?
I would say Breath of the Wild exceeds at what Wind Waker was trying to do.
Succeeds or exceeds?
Exceeds or succeeds. I don't know.
Well, what do you
fucking
mean
know.
with what they were trying to do?
Yeah.
Because
what do you mean?
Wind Waker, like it's the whole like, oh, you have this huge open ocean and all these islands you get to sail to, but
It's
a lot
still
of the what were you gonna say?
Well, it still cut you off, is what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah.
It's open world, but it's still you had to have this certain item to get.
So
to
you
it.
still had to follow the steps.
Right.
And a lot of people's criticism with Wind Waker was like when you're sailing from, let's say, island A to island B, there's like 2 to 3 minutes of you basically doing nothing besides just
Yeah.
sitting there watching your boat sail there. With Breath of the
Seems
Wild,
kinda
you're
nice to me though.
yeah, and some people enjoy that, but with Breath of the Wild, you're physically walking there, you're picking up,
Climbing.
climbing. It's Breath of the Wild is like, okay, I see a location, how do I get there?
Right.
And getting there is like the fun and the challenge.
Mhm.
Or you're going there and you see something else off in the distance. You're like, ooh, that looks really
Ooh,
fun.
sidetrack.
yeah, that looks
sidetrack.
like one of those Korok seeds. I need to go get that.
Yeah,
Right.
but
And
with
that's
Wind
one of the
Waker,
things is they had like 400 and something Korok seeds hidden throughout the world that you just run into, and that wasn't something in Wind Waker. Like it was all empty ocean.
Yeah,
Right.
and
There would be like you'd run into like a glowing spot that you can use a grappling hook on, like to like
Yeah.
find a chest in the ocean.
Mhm.
But that'd be it. Like that would be few and far between.
And when you're sailing to the island too, like you spend the 3 minutes sailing there, and then you get to the island, and you're like, "Well, I can't do anything because I don't have an item yet." So like that whole trip was basically wasted. And
So you
got to
go
another
the
island.
opposite direction for another 3 minutes, and then you got to
Yeah.
go to the right island. Okay.
I still
okay.
like Wind Waker, but
Now, do you think
has
that
problems?
Call of the Wild, Breath of the Wild 2, do you think, because it sounds like Wind Waker would be super sick to like, throw in some Wind Waker shit into Call of the Wild. And so you're like,
Breath
when
of
you're
the Wild.
sailing, you're fishing, you're diving into the water, you're picking up treasure chests, you're doing all this shit, but you're sailing and you're doing this kind of shit, and you're going to islands in your own time and doing whatever the fuck you want on them, and you're sailing all over the place. And that sounds pretty fucking cool to me.
Yeah, well, I mean, as far as like combat wise, I liked about Wild.
yeah, I heard one word of that.
Melee item. Sorry, that's what I like about combat wise, like Breath of the Wild. That what I would like to see in another Legend of Zelda game is like the weapons. You can just throw them. You can aim and throw,
Chuck it.
and just chuck it at whatever enemy you want, whatever melee weapon you're carrying. And you had like stasis powers. You had like the
Oh
bombs.
yeah, those
were
powers
infinite.
look so sick.
You didn't
It's
have
one of
to
the reasons I want to
unlock
play that
bombs.
game so bad.
Yeah, you had a square bomb and a round bomb that you could just throw and detonate whenever you want. And
Yeah.
that made it so much fun.
I've
to
seen
just,
people like flip around the puzzles
Yeah,
by
the
using
combos,
bombs
yeah.
and the glider and the stasis, and they just beat the puzzle in 5 seconds because they like time like the bombs and gliders and stasis explosions and shit, and it's just super cool because they gave you a bunch of physics tools, and then they were just like, play now. Enjoy. You have the ice, you've got the freeze, you've got all this shit, you've got all this cool stuff, and they're just like, yeah, and you ragdoll whenever some weird shit happens to you, so just go nuts.
What my mom would do was she would use the magnesis power, and she'd pick up like this huge iron block and just hurl it into enemies to kill them.
Dude, your mom sounds like a fucking Chad. She sounds like a goddamn one of the homies, dude. I still gotta meet your fucking mom. She sounds like a goddamn angel sent from heaven, and you're a lucky motherfucker to have her.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck. I wish I had a mom.
So should I get to my
Anyway,
number one?
yeah, you absolutely should. Wait, are we on number 2? Oh no, I skipped
My
your number 2. I
My
fucked
number
your
2 is
number 2.
Minecraft.
I
Yeah.
fucked your number 2. Wait, hold on. Then don't drop your last one yet. Hold on. Before we drop your last one, I got a few ones. Hold on. I got a few more to go, and so does Quentin. So hold on.
Wait, no, I
Dead.
don't. That was basically it.
Oh, okay. So I got 2 more before my final. So Dead Rising 2 came out in this decade.
What?
And-
Oh, okay. Holy shit, that's on my list too. I fucking pre-ordered that.
Yep, so did I. Dead Rising 2 is now Dead Rising 1 holds a very special place in my heart. I think it is an incredible game. And I think that Frank West is an incredible protagonist. I think the things that were I think the gameplay style of Dead Rising 1 is completely unique in what they thought of it. Had soul. Soul. And I think Quentin can agree with this. I mean, Dead Rising 1 is sort of like this, like again, like a lightning in a bottle.
Nothing else is like it.
Right. That came out in 2006. And it was, I'm telling you right now, Dead Rising 1, honorable mention out of the decade. Beautiful fucking game. Hard, dark, but comedic in all the right ways. Perfect tone. I mean, incredible. But Dead Rising 2 comes out with a completely new protagonist in a completely new area made by a completely new developer. Now, all of that sounds like a storm of making the shittiest fucking game ever. But what ended up happening, at least in my opinion, I believe that Chuck Green, the protagonist of Dead Rising 2, is honestly a more compelling protagonist than Frank West from Dead Rising 1. And it's because he has a daughter who is infected with a zombie virus, and every
Get Katie Zombrex.
Katie,
Gotta
get
get
Katie
Katie
Zombrex.
Zombrex.
Every 12 hours, you have to give Katie Zombrex, or the love of your life, your daughter, will turn into a zombie. And the game fails, and you lose. And I liked that a lot. I liked that I had to hunt for Zombrex. Obviously, I know exactly where all the Zombrex is in the game now because I've played it like 4 times, so it's not hard for me anymore. But one of the things you can also do is you can give her gifts. So you can bring stuffed bears and stuffed animals and a live tiger.
Yeah, fucking tiger.
A live tiger, a real tiger.
Capture.
You can give these animals a live tiger to her as gifts.
Well, because it's in like such a like more compelling location too. Like you were. And
What was
like,
that? What was that? I'm sorry. Restart because you keep cutting out. Do you?
I'm in the same. I'm not moving, by the way.
I know. No,
Like,
it's your
so it
internet.
must just
It's
be
most
my- yeah,
likely your
exactly.
connection.
But like in the first one, you're stuck in a mall. So like the
Mhm.
the second one, it's in a like much more compelling location. You're in basically Vegas.
Vegas, Vegas, baby. You're in
There's
Vegas.
there's like 5 different casinos like
Yep.
and like different corners of the map that you can go to and visit. And there's like different events and everything.
Hundreds of shops. I
Yeah,
mean, tons of
different
places to
psychopaths
go.
that are in like different areas. And there's one person who's like basically controlling this tiger. He keeps feeding it and everything, and that's what's kept him alive through the apocalypse. Is this fucking tiger eating zombies? And so you can feed it steaks, and then it'll like you can give it as a gift to your daughter, and then
Mhm.
she's like, "Thank you," and then you give her her like daily dose of the fucking Zombrex vaccine.
It was just like goofy in the right ways. But one of the things that it added that was super important to me was the weapon like the item combining to make better weapons. So one of the things that is something that Dead Rising has done that no other game has done ever to this point is that every single thing in the environment, just about, I'm going to say 90%, is usable as a weapon. Bench, weapon. Potted plant, weapon. Bowling ball, weapon. Gun, obviously a weapon.
Trash can.
Lawn darts, weapon.
Lawn
Orange
mower.
juice, healing item, but still usable.
You could throw it, and it would do damage as throwable.
Yeah, you could plates, weapon. CDs, weapon. Now, one of the things that Dead Rising 2 did was, what if you took a lawnmower and you attached machetes to it? You got an even bigger lawnmower, basically. Or what if you stuck some dynamite to a football? Just like dumb shit. It was
It's
just,
like I've got this car battery. It's kind of unwieldy as a melee weapon.
what if I
took
attached it to
and
a
attached
rake
to a wheelchair?
or a
Or
rake?
a fucking
Yeah.
rake, and like you poke people with a fucking like electric rake, and it's like a taser on a stick.
Or you roll around with this electric wheelchair and you pick up a zombie and it fries them in a mobile electric chair, and then after they die it launches them like a cannon and electrifies any enemy in front of them. I mean, beautiful. You could attach an LMG to an automated stuffed bear and it would become a gun turret that you could just drop and it would kill hundreds of zombies for you. So
It had such good replayability because you had to. Because you could, anytime you died, you could restart with all your experience.
oh, yes. Thank you, Quentin. One of the mechanics that Dead Rising had, this game is not meant to be beat on the first playthrough. You can
No,
if you're
you can't.
fucking
You're level
big-brained.
1, and you
Yeah.
like you 4 health. Like
Yeah.
when in the end of the game, you can have 20 health.
Yeah, 12 or some shit. But one of the things you can do in this game is whenever you die, whenever you lose, whenever you get the fail state game over, what you can do is you can click new game, and what it will do is it will import your character from the last save, and it will start you at the very beginning of the game at level 20. and then you go through with 15 health, 12 item slots, a bunch of wrestling moves, and the ability to craft the fucking the anal devastator fucking second one with max PP. And that, I remember it. I never beat Dead Rising 1 as a kid because I would always restart the game, but I beat it. I beat it within this decade for the first time, Dead Rising 1. And it when like that concept of being able to, like, imagine if you were playing a JRPG and it was like, hey, game over. Do you want to restart the game at level 20? You
keep
got all
your
these
fucking
abilities.
devastating moves.
You know, and then now you can get you can gain XP and you can get to the boss that you were just at, but now you'll be like level 60 and you have a huge cock. You know, I mean, just like that concept of restarting the game at the current level, it's perfect for this kind of game because it's a survival horror game, but different. I don't know, man. Dead Rising 2 is on my fucking list because me and you played the fuck out of that game. I played the online. I played the fucking single player. I've beaten that game like 3 times. That game is fucking good. And it's fucking on my decade list. Absolutely. So, does anybody else have anything else, or am I going to continue going with mine?
Besides 1, no.
Besides 1? No. All right. Now, Mike, you're going to give me a hard time for this. For recency bias, which is something that I'm known for, but fuck you. Binary Domain is fucking incredible as a third-person shooter. Okay? I've done an episode. You can check it on the fucking website, you know. But fuck you, Binary Domain is up there as one of the best third-person shooters of the decade. Now, I'm down to my number 1. Mike, would you fucking like to drop yours?
Well, to list the actual best third-person shooter is Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Phantom.
Did you literally just pick a goddamn meme pick as your fucking number 1 of the decade?
What the fuck are you talking about? Does a meme pick have over 1,300 hours in the game as a meme game? Come on.
Did you actually put 1,300 hours into Ghost Recon
Yeah,
Phantom?
it's on my
They
profile.
had fun. Like, I've heard them in the call.
Oh my god.
Dawn has
They
like
have fun.
4,000 hours in that game. But yeah, I think Ghost Recon Phantoms is like probably the best third-person shooter I've ever played, and ever since it got shut down, I've basically been trying to find a game that would replace it, and I can't find it. So like I've basically not played a shooter game in the past 3 years because I don't think there's one as good as Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Phantoms was. And all the guns felt good, the map designs felt good. The only problem with
The map
the
design
game,
was good. It was the only problem was pay to win.
yeah, the only problem was the game was pay to win, which
Yeah.
turned a lot of people away, and the game died. So
Yeah.
that's why the game died.
No, the game was fucking great. There was
Yeah.
there's a few classes, there's a bunch
Yeah.
of different weapons.
3 classes, each class specializes in a weapon.
And
Each class
and they
gets
also
2
have 2
skills.
separate skills that you can pick from at the beginning of the match.
Yeah,
to-
and
you can build
each
your
class
team
has
that
like
way.
2 side support like gadgets they get to use. So
Yeah.
assault, you get like a gadget that increases your armor or one that increases HP regen.
Mhm.
Support gets one that decreases skill recharge time, and there's one that regens ammo. Recon has one that detects anybody sprinting with like a 20-meter radius, which was insane, and another one that detects any bullet fire within like a 90-meter radius. So each class felt really unique. Because of their guns, they felt unique because of their skills. They each specialize in certain areas.
A
Yeah.
perfect game to play with your boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Straight up. And honestly, I will concede to Mike that it's not necessarily entirely a meme pick. The game is pretty fucking good. And if it wasn't fucking
you played it.
PMDSD wars fucking left and right because some fucking 12-year-old has this goddamn mom's credit card and he's going, what was that motherfucker that didn't cover Fern's
Born.
back?
Born.
Born, the number 3 player in the world. Fucking Fern and Mike both lit his ass up. Fucking, they played with one of the top 3 players of a game in the world, and all Fern did was call him a piece of shit for fucking 2.5 hours. Like, that's my boys. Okay, these are my guys. They called the best players in the world at a game
Because they
shit.
suck dick.
Because he sucked dick, because all he's got is fucking money. That game was honestly fucking good. Like, and it was, the aesthetic was completely unique as well. I mean, like, the way that, like, the UI and the HUD and shit was, it was a very unique.
Oh, and
and
it
good
wasn't
game.
just a like a third-person shooter. It was a cover-based third-person shooter. So on cover, like
An
you could see,
online competitive
yeah.
cover-based third-person shooter.
So like you snap to cover, and you get like a thing pops up in like basically Splinter Cell fashion, where it's like white text. It pops up on the cover, and it's like stability plus 60%, control plus 70%, accuracy plus 30%, and it changes depending on your cover. So like standing cover doesn't give you as much stability or control as like knee-high cover, where you get to rest your gun on. So it heavily incentivizes you to basically use cover and use it effectively, and use your third-person view. Since like it's in third person, so you're on cover, you can see everything around you, but the enemy doesn't know you're on that cover, so you can use that to your advantage too.
And it, it was sort of like, use your team's abilities, move forward slowly, engage in gunfights in a group, things like that. If you went off on your own, unless you were Z Clarity, you were
Unless
gonna
you're
fucking
Dawn.
die. I remember fucking Don played it for one fucking day, and he was like, "Yo, if you fucking roll, you get like 5 seconds of invincibility, dude, and your stability goes to 100%. You can just fucking roll around corners and just kill everybody." And I was just like, "What the fuck, Don?" And he's just like, "Bro, watch this." And then we would tell the team, it's like, "Yo, everybody hold back. Z Clarity's going to go clear up this fucking point for us." And then you just see Z Clarity on the fucking side of the screen, 6
Just
kills.
racking up kills.
And it's just like, all right, everybody move in.
Yeah,
It's
Don,
like,
Don was like, "Hey Mike, check this out. This guy's exactly on this cover. I'm just gonna run straight up to him, then roll around the corner and kill him." So he runs right up to the cover, rolls around and kills him, and the guy couldn't do anything about it.
fucking beautiful, dude. That game was honestly fucking great. I think I put like at least 100 hours in this, but my computer was failing at that point, and I couldn't run the game. I wasn't able to run. Yeah, it was sad times. All right, Quentin, you already dropped your number one. Your number one is Fallout New Vegas. My number one of the decade, and Mike, you said that you probably know what it is. My number one of the decade is Devil May Cry 5.
Oh,
That game,
Your
boy.
S rank of the decade.
It was my triple S of the decade, baby. I mean, when I saw that trailer at E3, I was like, what the fuck is this? It was like, bang, 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 pull my devil trigger. I was like, wait. And then it was like Devil May Cry 5. I literally, and I remember this because I was in my apartment, I yelled out loud at full volume in the middle of my apartment, "No fucking way!" At full volume, bothering the neighbors. Absolutely. I mean, I'm getting excited. I mean, I'm looking at the spikes in my volume right now. But not only did I get excited at the trailers, but the game proved itself when the game came out. It came out polished. It came out beautiful. It came out with just everything that we've been waiting for since Devil May Cry 4. And I think that it deserved its best action game of the year. And I think that, for me at least, it's the game of the decade. Because I'm an action game fan. Everyone knows this about me. I like action games. It's probably one of the best ones I've ever played in my entire fucking life. So I was I was a lucky person. I've been lucky. I've been very lucky this year where Devil May Cry 5 came out and was good, and No More Heroes 3 got announced. So I am a happy camper. In gaming, I have been successful. In other things in my life, not so much. But it's been a pretty solid year in gaming. So I'm stoked. I would love, because we are now 3 hours in just about.
Officially.
I would love to talk about some movies.
Blaze through these movies.
Oh, yeah, movies are going to be way easier. Way
Yeah,
easier.
I didn't watch a lot of movies. I mean, this is like, not a good decade for movies, I don't think.
Fuck
I agree.
you. There's some fucking great. Oh, okay. All right. Then you guys start. Quentin, you first, because you're such a piece of shit. Go.
Okay, well, I mean,
How did you separate yours?
so I was just thinking about like what I watched, like what is this like decade about?
Cape
Like
shit.
when I say I don't like it, like we'll talk about the shit at the beginning. Like there's too many remakes and sequels and
Yeah.
rehashes, and like we're leading into
name
it. Like,
2.
so like we didn't need a new Ghostbusters.
You're fuck. You're
we didn't
absolutely
need
right.
any of the Disney movies. We didn't need that were like live action remakes of them.
Lion
Yeah.
King. Yeah, we didn't need those.
I don't think we needed any of those. And it's like there's just so many things that we're leading into, like the 4th or 5th John Wick. There's going to be another Matrix.
Hey, fuck you.
There's going to be another Bill and Ted, and it's like Keanu, like we're giving into memes. We're giving into like
Well, actually,
we're going to have another
Keanu
Ghostbusters.
has finally started like coming back and being like an actor, because he was so hidden for so long.
He's going to be in the new SpongeBob, and like it's like
Okay, that's a
just
meme.
because they
But
saw him in like a what is it?
Pineapple
the hay bale, like
volleyball thing.
Yeah, they saw him in like what the fuck are they called? The
We know what you're talking about.
yeah, like the rolling haze, like in westerns.
yeah, a
Tumbleweed.
tumbleweed.
Yeah, the tumbleweed. Yeah, he's in like a tumbleweed western scene talking to SpongeBob.
Yeah,
And, like,
well,
that's
that's
the
a
only
meme.
thing-
But
That's the only thing people have seen. They haven't even seen a commercial for the movie. They're gonna watch it just because they saw that picture.
you're right.
Only because of it, and like that's why I think like memes are kind of not doing good for movies right now.
I do think though that John Wick 1, 2, and 3 were fucking good. Actually, genuinely good fucking action movies.
I agree.
I mean, yeah, they were good. I just don't think they're gonna. I think they're cashing out way too much.
I think you're right.
There are some things I like. Like I'm not big on superhero movies, but on my list is Logan. I
think
thought
Logan
that
was all right.
Super good.
I didn't think it was like the best ever, but I
No,
enjoyed it the
it
one time I watched
probably,
it,
like,
because it was
like-
like a brutal, bloody Wolverine, which was nice.
Rated R, I
As
think.
far as superhero
It was
movies
rated R.
go, we're getting too many like things that I've seen before that you have to have seen the movie before it to understand
Right.
the movie. That
You're
seeing now.
talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe, which came out in this
Well,
decade,
and DC as well.
and the
Like,
DC
now we're getting
Cinematic
to-
Universe.
now we're
Yeah,
all the comic movies like are tied into each other.
yeah.
And you have to have seen them, and you have to have seen the show now to have
Yeah.
like an understanding of what's going on. And like I'm not there. It's like that's why I wasn't into comics originally too much. I mean, I've read the characters I like. I've read about the characters I enjoy.
Yeah, dude. Ghost Rider, baby. I mean, he's like my one superhero. Him and Colossus. Those are my two favorite superheroes.
Nicolas
And-
Cage, Ghost Rider.
He's all right. He's there. I wish there was like a better Ghost Rider, but we get what we get. But this decade is certainly, dude. Endgame made $1 billion like opening weekend, so
Right.
that's the era that we're in. So what is your? You said what was your worst? I don't remember.
10.
No, what was
I
your
don't know
10?
what my worst was.
What did you
I don't
mention
really have
before
a
we started
worst. I was
talking
just
about fucking
things I liked
superheroes?
I mean, like as far as like shit goes, like with memes, like
Oh, you were
It's-
talking about fucking Keanu. That's right.
oh yeah, Keanu's just like he's getting thrown into too many things. He's in video games now. I mean, we didn't get to talk about
Cyberpunk. What up?
memes in video games like Borderlands 2
would have been higher on my list if it wasn't filled with fucking memes.
Fuck. Yeah, dude. I didn't even mention Borderlands. I didn't even put it on my list and cross
Exactly.
out.
And it's just like, come
Just
on.
like,
Um,
fuck. Yeah.
and it's just like there's a lot of that I don't like, but you get the chance, like with Netflix and everything coming out this decade, like really getting
Oof.
strong with their originals.
Fuck,
and
you're
stuff.
right. Netflix did
Like,
come
there's-
out this decade. Jesus
there's a lot of
Christ.
chance to get more stuff out there that's not part of this formula, not the same rehashes and remakes, because they don't own those licenses, so you have to have stuff that's entirely new.
Right.
Like,
And with
it's hard to
Disney
have-
making its own fucking channel now,
Right, they have their own
everybody has
streaming
to make
service,
their
and they're
own
like-
new shit now.
right, owning everything that they can.
Yeah.
So like you have these smaller things that are like fighting and trying to like get a footing in there, and so I have a couple like Netflix originals that are like lower on my list for as far as good as movies of the decade go. There was a Beast of No Nation, and that was like Idris Elba playing a African warlord, like
Ooh,
training
I've
child
seen
soldiers.
the picture, but I haven't watched
Mhm.
it.
Right, and it was like
it
really
good?
hard hitting and pretty fucked up, and it was like really showing like the dark side of the dark continent,
Mm.
and they weren't
Kind of like
shying
Blood
around
Diamond.
with-
Blood Diamond, Blood Diamond
Right.
kind of did the same thing like 6 years ago, 7 years ago. That
Mhm.
movie fucked me up. I watched that when I was younger. Like that was like
not shying
dark
around
fucking
of
movie.
like the dark themes and like the
Yeah,
really
not
fucked
fucking
up
around with like the
sensitive
fact
issues.
that like black people are slaves in Africa by other black people, and like they're forced to fight and they're forced
Yeah.
to become child
You-
soldiers and shit, and they have to like
right, they
murder
know
their
it's like
families and stuff.
psychologically effective to use a child as like a soldier because like the forces against them are not going to.
We're not gonna shoot kids, and then the kids
Yeah.
get the upper hand. Yeah, dark shit. Netflix originals are doing very well. I mean, well, like you said, like Netflix is new within the last 10 years. This is the era of watching movies and TV and everything we've enjoyed in our lives online. This is the time. In 2006, the internet was too shitty. We weren't good enough. The internet wasn't high enough quality. Now we've reached the point where everyone has fucking 5 megabytes down or whatever, where it's like 6 people can all be watching Netflix at the same time, all on different devices, and you can watch it no problem. Netflix is a new and beautiful movie and TV delivery system. And the fact that Netflix makes so much money, dude, I was just watching. This goes into something that I wanted to mention at the beginning of this podcast. I was watching a movie waiting for us to start this podcast called Six Underground. It's a Netflix original. Have you heard of it?
Nope.
It has
No, I haven't seen
Ryan
one.
Reynolds in it as the lead actor, and it's directed by Michael Bay, and it is a Netflix original. And the first 10 minutes of the movie is a completely indulgent Michael Bay car chase where there is shit exploding, flipping, cities are fucking getting destroyed. I mean, dude, Mike, you would love it. It's pretty cheesy, and it's pretty like, it's like a by the numbers movie, but honestly, it's like Michael Bay letting loose. Netflix paid for this. I'm making a fucking movie, and it's pretty fucking good. Like I'm like halfway through. I'm enjoying it. So this Netflix original, watching movies online thing, it's fucking cool, and I dig it. So, Mike, what's one of your lowest ranked movies of the decade?
So my number 10,
Oh boy.
solely because of the enjoyment when we watched it, Twilight New Moon.
Yes.
That was in this decade.
Yes, it was. I think it was like 2009. But
Every Twilight but the first one was in this decade.
Yeah. So
Really? Okay. Holy shit.
for those of you who are
Decade of
listening,
vampires.
we went to Nick's house and marathoned every single Twilight movie, all
the
like
final
5
one.
of them.
But the final one, because I got too
Ooh.
tired.
Oh yeah,
And angry.
well, I guess Nick got too tired and kicked
And
us
angry.
out. So
I did do that.
yeah, New Moon was probably the best experience just from all the Jacob versus Edward memes
Yes.
we came up
Oh,
with. Like
fuck.
Jacob throwing pieces of pizza straight at Bella and like it turning into a wrench and shitty ass like editing tricks like that.
Oh my
So,
god.
Yeah, New Moon, probably my favorite out of the 5.
Nice.
Oh my god, that was good, dude. And we watched. Okay, you know what we did though? We did watch every single Harry Potter in one go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that took what, like 19 hours or something?
Yeah, I got
17
to around like
hours?
7 a.m. or some 6 a.m. Some stupid shit like that.
Dude, I was so sweaty and disgustingly hot in that room by the end of that shit. Like, that room is not built for that shit. And
But we
for
did
some
it.
reason, we always fucking used my room. I don't know. Like, Derek has a nice
Yeah, we
house.
fit like
could have
8 people in that room.
We've managed to fit 8 sweaty dudes in that room. Like 4 motherfuckers on a chair, you know, a person and 2 on the ground, 1 person in my fucking computer chair. I mean, we managed to fit 8 motherfuckers in that room. Dude, that room was sweaty. That room smelled at the end of a fucking movie marathon. And you know what? Those were fucking beautiful times. So I want to mention, we talked about Cape shit a little bit. But I do want to give credit to my favorite Cape shit movie of the decade, a movie that I genuinely think is fantastic, a movie that I believe is the best in its series, Into the Spider-Verse. I did a podcast on it. I think this movie is gorgeous. I can put it on any day and have a good time. So I do want to mention that movie.
Even over Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man.
Yeah. No, literally, even over those movies.
Mm.
Well,
It's
I
hard
put
to say that.
as like best animated movie.
What?
Probably this day. I put it on there as best animated movie this
Oh, yeah.
decade.
Yeah.
I
It won
don't
an
know how
Oscar
high
for animation.
on my list it would be, because I loved it. It was a good movie, but I mean I didn't write it down. But now that you talk about it, I would definitely put it on there as best animated.
Yeah, I fucking love that movie. I want to say real quick that Batman versus Superman is one of the most boring, shitty fucking movies I've ever seen in my fucking life. And any person on TV can suck my fucking dick. Having
TV
the
hates
fucking
it too.
No, TV loves those movies because, like, oh, the Snyder cut, people just don't understand Snyder's big brain. Snyder's so amazing. I mean, just anybody who doesn't understand the Martha scene is a fucking plebeian. Anybody who doesn't understand the Justice League movie and wants the 3-hour cut of Snyder's cut, plebeians, everyone. Dude, fuck those people. That movie was boring. Snyder sucks dick. He has 2 good movies total. It's 300 and Watchmen. And the only reason those movies are good is because they were novel at the time. Fuck you. Fuck TV. Fuck Snyder. Fuck those movies. That movie was boring. I was watching it with 3 other people. One of the 4 people fell fucking asleep watching Batman versus Superman. Fuck TV. Fuck you. Fuck Snyder. Fuck that shit. That movie sucks dick. It's irredeemable.
Goddamn.
DCU is ruined. The only fucking
Wow.
good movie that came out of the DCU was Shazam. Suck my dick. Fuck you. We're good. We can move on now.
Got that out.
Got it out. Yeah, I really needed to get it out. I got some honorable mentions out. We're doing pretty good. So, Quentin? I think it's you now, Quentin?
Disaster Artist.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
for
up
putting
there
that on
as-
the list. I didn't actually have that on my list. That movie is
Continuing
fucking
the
gorgeous.
legacy of one of like the most done movies possible. And it was really a great depiction of it.
No, it was a beautiful, beautiful
it
movie.
was amazing to look into, and it was like funny at all times. And just his depiction of the character, like James Franco playing.
James Franco did a
it's just
fantastic
such
job.
a good job being Tommy Wiseau.
Absolutely.
And it's just I loved watching it. I watched it in theaters, and I
watched it in theaters.
rip
I watched it in
roaring good
theaters.
time.
So
that's definitely on
anybody
my
who
list.
doesn't know, The Disaster Artist is the is a movie based on a book, based on the production of a movie called The Room. Okay, so essentially, there's a movie out there called The Room, starring, directed by, and produced by a man called Tommy Wiseau. The movie's a piece of shit, but it's kind of fucking amazing. Like, I've seen it like, I think 8 or 9 times now, which is like one of my most viewed movies in my entire life. Like, holy shit. Like, I'm up there in the people who have seen this movie way too many times.
Right. You hear about someone who hasn't seen it, and you're like, sit down.
Sit down. Hey, I got something for you to watch, you know? But a man named Greg Sestero, he's probably Tommy Wiseau's best friend. Greg Sestero wrote a book called The Disaster Artist. James Franco and his production company with Seth Rogen and I think one other person, they bought the rights to that book and they made a movie about it. James Franco plays the character of Tommy Wiseau. His brother, Tommy Franco, I don't remember what fucking James Franco's brother's name is, plays Greg Sestero. And it's honestly this beautiful, like, it's very interesting, but the very end, like near the end of the movie, it becomes like, it's kind of sad. Quentin, did you feel that it was kind of like this sad movie kind of throughout? Like, it kind of had like this bittersweet feeling to it where Tommy Wiseau like has this dream, but he's kind of not good enough and he's not understood.
Yeah, you can
he's
definitely
weird.
tell that it talks about, I don't know if he's not really mentally ill, just not quite all there.
He's just like,
he's socially awkward is what I would say.
totally.
And he has trouble talking to people and opening up to people and explaining what the ideas in his head are actually how he wants.
Right.
And so that comes apart in the movie, how like he's got this idea of what he wants as a movie and what he thinks is good acting.
Maybe he's a vampire. I don't know.
And nobody's like getting what he's wanting for this final product. And it's
right, but the thing
him,
is he doesn't have enough skill.
It's tearing him apart, Lisa. And you can know that it's like really hurting him inside to like not fucking get able to get this out. And like, it's sad because, at the end, like there's one person who's really understanding him and helping him throughout the whole situation. And he's lost everyone in the whole production by just like not being on the same page,
Right.
And it's just like a really good depiction of that you don't really see when you watch The Room. Like, The Room is such like, oh wow, this is like a piece of shit movie. But then watch The Disaster Artist and you're like, this is why it was a piece of shit movie.
Right. And I think that it's so beautiful to watch The Room. I mean, I've seen The Room so many times. And then because I'm such a fan of that movie, watching The Disaster Artist had like a big effect on me. I was like, wow. It's like, this is like kind of what happened. This is, and it was, dude, the ending is so like sad. Like, I think I almost like teared up at the end. I mean, it's kind of difficult to watch in places because Tommy Wiseau has no charisma. He has like charisma in a way where it's kind of like, you're fucking weird, I like you, but not like in the way that you would normally characterize charisma. He is awkward, like you said. He can't get the thoughts out of his mind. He can't interact. He's socially awkward. And James Franco does this the makeup is incredible, the voice is incredible, and at the end of fucking Disaster Artist, they do a scene by scene, a comparison of the original movie and the Disaster Artist, and it's goddamn near perfect. I mean, it's like probably the best part of the movie, watching the side by side comparisons, because James Franco and his team, they obviously fell in love with this movie, and they decided to make a truly good like biopic about it. I mean, it's a fantastic. Thank you, Quentin, because I totally forgot. I didn't even write that movie down, but that movie is incredible. I think that movie should have won at least one Oscar that year. I don't think it won anything. It maybe won best makeup, but I think James Franco did a fucking amazing job in that movie.
The whole cast did like a good job
They did a
playing each character.
fucking great job.
Like even the grandma, like watching her talk about like the cancer. When she
Yeah,
talked
I
about
have
them,
cancer.
like the results are back. I definitely have cancer, and then you never talk about it again. And like I didn't even know, like I didn't read the book, so I didn't know what it was based on. I had only watched The Disaster Artist
Right.
and like the first behind the scenes I got. But like the fact that the grandma, the actress who played that, actually brought up like
She's like, hey, what about this cancer?
Can we ever talk
thing?
about this, like this sideline about the cancer? Do we talk about this again? Ever?
Like, no, move on.
It's a really good movie.
It's a beautiful movie. Yeah, you should definitely watch The Room first. It won't be as good if you don't watch The Room like
Right.
twice before you watch The Disaster Artist. But yeah,
Have
that movie
some
is
friends
fucking
over.
fantastic.
Have some drinks. Watch the
Yes, that's the best way to watch it. Thank you, Quentin. God damn you. Have a movie night with your friends on the recommendation of the Level Die podcast. Download actually, you can watch it online fucking anywhere. Watch that shit online with 5 friends who have never seen it, even if you've seen it yourself. Get a bunch of fucking alcohol in those motherfuckers, put that movie on, and just laugh your ass off for 2 fucking hours. Oh. Fuck, that's a good time. Oh. All right, Mike. Fuck, you got me. Damn you. That's such a good drop. Thank you for that. Damn it. I didn't even have that in my list. Good drop. Mike, what do you got?
My 9.
Sure.
I feel like you have this one on yours, but my number 9 is Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
That's
Oh, yeah,
much,
that's a really good one.
much higher on my
Yeah.
list.
This
Then-
is
then we're
it's probably
talking about
one-
it.
It's probably
We're
one of the
good.
most hilarious movies I've seen. I remember I was watching this with you, and it was like 15 minutes, and I was like, okay, this is a movie, and then just shit just starts happening, and people start dying in like the most hilarious of fashions, and yeah,
So
I don't really know what else to say. But
me and Quentin watched this movie just
Pretty
recently.
recently.
Very recent. I mean, within the last like 5 months, within this year. And again, I mean, this movie, if I take enough time in between watching it, it will give me straight up belly laughs, like to the point where I cannot control my laughter. The scene where the dude head first dives into the
Wood chipper.
goddamn wood chipper, that fucking kills me. It absolutely fucking something. I mean, like I'm laughing thinking about it right now. Something inside me cracks because it's so ridiculous.
it's so dumb.
It's so stupid. Oh my fucking
All the
god!
kids are killing themselves.
These, look. It's like you cannot just tell this cop that people are killing themselves on our property. Look at us, okay? Do you think he's gonna have to be an absolute fucking idiot to believe that? Fast forward 10 minutes in the movie. Now look, sir, these college students, they're just killing themselves on our property. And like, dude, the concept of this movie is absolutely batshit hilarious. I mean, this is probably top 4 movies of the decade. This movie is okay, so we watched this as a call. I think there was like 6 people, 4 to 6 people watching it. We picked it. I think I got to pick. I was like, we're watching a
Yeah.
movie tonight.
It was
And I was
your
like, I want to
night.
watch this. I said, I want to watch Tucker and Dale versus Evil. None of us had ever seen it. And I think I laughed for like 30 minutes straight. Like,
I was laughing real hard too.
I
Yeah.
literally almost died laughing. Literally. I was like, it needs to stop. I was like, please, Tucker and Dale, stop making me laugh so hard. Please. Like just dying fucking laughing. And it still gets me. I've seen it like 4 times now. And like if I wait like 6-8 months and I can kind of forget about the plot and forget about the deaths, I will laugh my fucking ass off. Like I will laugh so hard. And this movie it's on Netflix still. You need to watch this shit. Like if you haven't seen this movie, I give it the gold star of you will laugh your fucking ass. At least if your humor is kind of like mine. I don't know. This movie caught me way off guard. I didn't know I thought it was going to be like sort of like a horror, like a comedy.
I thought it was going to
horror.
be a horror movie.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be like a comedy horror, sort of like Evil Dead 2 or Evil Dead 3 or something, Army of Darkness. But like the twists and turns this movie makes totally fucking caught me off guard.
It's not even a horror. It's like a gory comedy.
It's a gory comedy. It's exactly right, Mike. It's a fucking gory slapstick comedy. That's all it is. It's the Three Stooges with blood and gore.
Yeah.
That's all it fucking is. And it's fucking to die for hilarious. Oh, fuck. That movie was fucking good. That is a fucking good movie. Oh, yeah. All right, Quentin, what do you got?
Hereditary as like best like psychological thriller
shit.
to come out this decade.
Fuck, me and you did a podcast on it. That was
Yeah.
a fucking
That
weird
fucked me
movie.
up.
That
Like
put me in a weird mood.
actually-
Did it put you in a weird mood?
Exactly. Like
Yeah, it
when I
put me in a
found
weird
out,
mood.
like we were taking a podcast, or we were going to film we're recording a podcast on it as we were watching it, basically.
Yeah, I was
and
like,
so
hey,
I was
we'll
like-
watch this shit tonight. We're going to record a podcast tomorrow.
Exactly. So
Then we
like
watched
I
it
was
together.
like writing shit down as
Yeah.
and then I realized like all the shit on the walls that I had been writing has been like demon shit, and I was like bringing all that into the house. I was like, oh my god, I gotta burn all of this.
Yeah.
Um,
Dude,
Like I
literally,
was
like,
seriously fucked up from watching that. And like nothing has been able to put me in that kind of like
it's such a
mindset
weird,
yet.
fucked up
Yeah.
mood. Yeah, no, nothing I've seen.
it's like-
Actually,
As far as like movies or art going, like it's supposed to make you feel something, and that
Yeah.
made me feel so just really psychologically messed up. Like they didn't hold back showing you, as far
dark
as like
shit.
dark
Decapitated
shit.
head on the side of the road.
Exactly.
Dude, like, I
some
didn't like no,
character
like the
you thought
look,
you were
like,
gonna have for the whole movie.
me and you talked about this, like the mom's scream when she finds the dead body
Oh,
of
yeah,
her daughter
absolutely,
is like
like-
so guttural and real that it
From
felt
a
like
dark
you were
place,
witnessing
like the actress was definitely had some like trauma she was
something
feeling during
inside
that
her.
scene.
She drew on something because it felt when you listen to that guttural scream the mom lets out. Like I was like, oh, oh, this is uncomfortable. Like I was like, did I just witness a woman witness her kid dying? Like for real? Because it sounds like it, and there is this uncomfortable grip on you as you watch that fucking dark, weird, strange movie. And I went into it with no reviews, no sort of outlook on what the movie was going to. I thought it was going to be like a horror movie. I didn't know what it was. All I did was I printed a shirt with a person on fire on it, and it said Hereditary. And I was like, well, I want to watch that movie. That seems fucking weird. And so we watched it. And it was wow. Like,
Mhm.
man, you want to ruin a weekend? Fucking put that movie on. Like, you want to have like a dark week?
Yeah, you're gonna think you're seeing demons in the corner of your eye for a
Yeah, dude. Like, dude, when she's like up on the ceiling and shit at the end of the movie, weird. I mean, all that shit. It's very there's this high-strung, tense, out of this world feeling, and one of the first establishing shots of the movie is of a miniature house, and they do this very beautiful, props to the props department thing, where they draw you out of the world by having the fucking main character of the movie make miniature houses, and one of the miniature houses she's working on is her own miniature house, and they like show it, and it's like tiny, and you know that it's handcrafted, and then it zooms out, and it's like the real movie and like the real people, and I don't know, something about the way that man can direct what was going on. It was very, very strange, and it did make me uncomfortable. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That did a really good job at making really uncomfortable in a lot of situations.
Yeah. Good though. Fucking good though. And then we gave
that
it
was
like
the
a
whole
we gave it a
point, you know?
rating out of like demons.
Yeah, like however many demons were in that book. of Demons.
Yeah. The fucking Necronomicon Ex Mortis. Dude, Jess was fucking like, stop talking about all this shit. I was like, I know, this is kind of dark, right? Like, we're talking about like a bunch of, like, you were just saying, like, you're writing it down a bunch of fucking demon words in a notebook, like, trying to summon the devil. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like,
Fucking-
oh yeah, I gotta fucking get rid of it in like
Fucking,
a ritualistic way.
yeah, creepy. Creepy as fuck. Oof. Mike, you got a happy movie? You got a happy movie on your list?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay, drop it.
So my number 8 is The Raid.
That's
Ooh,
a
like a good
super
action
violent,
movie.
bloody kung fu movie.
Yeah, but like it's fighting, so I consider that like happy.
Honestly, I haven't seen The Raid.
Yeah, it's if I could compare it to another movie, it's basically like Dread. This guy gets like stuck in
I know
this-
exactly what it is.
Yeah, he gets stuck in a police officer gets stuck in a hotel. His entire unit gets taken out, and it's basically one guy versus like this entire hotel filled with drug dealers and shit.
And
And-
it's all kung fu because
It's-
like, the cool concept of the movie, from what I understand, is you're gonna run out of bullets, and so he ran out of ammo, and he just
Yeah.
starts kung fuing motherfuckers for 2 hours.
Yeah, for like 90 minutes, it's just
Yeah.
straight up kung fu action while he's trying to like battle his way down this hotel and
God, I gotta watch
basically
that.
get out of the front entrance.
I gotta watch that fucking movie.
Is,
I
is
still
the
haven't
Raid
seen it.
2 also on your list where he's like, is that he's in a
I-
prison, right?
I didn't like the second one that much. I like the first one a lot more. So
I think a
See,
lot of
I've
people
only
feel that
seen
way.
the second one, so that's why I know what.
yeah, you guys need to watch the first one.
Fuck,
So it's a
I
lot
do need
better.
to watch the first. Quentin, maybe you and I can watch the first one, and then we can
Yeah,
get
we
Mike in on
definitely
it
fucking
too,
need
and we
to.
can do a podcast on it.
Because the second one, I still thought was badass. Like him just fighting a bunch of people. Like in
It's him versus like a gang, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just like the and I guess the whole like one guy is trapped inside this giant building and he has to fight his way out. I
He's
think
gonna
that's
fight everybody.
A really
I think
cool
that's
concept.
more of an appealing concept than like a typical like action movie where he's like going around the city fighting guys. Type
That's why
thing.
Dread was so good.
Yeah, that's why I like
I mean,
Dread. too.
Dread was unbelievably fucking good. Like, way better than it had any right to be, you know? I mean, that movie was fucking good. And Quentin's going to come in with, like, well, Sylvester Stallone, fucking the 1988 version where Sylvester Stallone was fucking Dread. What about that version? It's pretty
that wasn't
good.
in this decade. So.
I know it wasn't, but you're still, every time I bring up the new Dread, you always bring
I'm
up
trying
Sylvester
not to
Stallone.
talk about anything that's not this decade.
Fair. Well, I want to mention an actually happy movie, at least for me. It is a happy movie. It's Hot Tub Time Machine.
Oh boy.
Hot Tub Time Machine is probably one of my favorite movies of all time. I have this thing with movies where I really like when there are movies that you can watch any day of the week because they're sort of simple in concept. There's not like a huge conflict, and it all gets resolved and it has a happy ending. So, you know, if you're feeling kind of down, you can put on National Treasure, Hackers, Hot Tub Time Machine. You can put on Waiting. I mean, you can put on these movies that I consider sort of like the everyday movies, like the nothing. I call them the nothing movies, where nothing really happens. Nothing. There's no sort of like major conflict.
Just stupid stuff.
It's just like things happen, and then, you know, that's sort of the conflict, and then the movie ends and it's happy. And you can put it on when you're feeling sick or you're feeling down or you're feeling, you know, depressed. And a movie like Hot Tub Time Machine is so perfect because it's like about a bunch of friends, which I love. I love my friends. And it's about a bunch of friends going back in time and like righting the wrongs that they made sort of in that moment in time. and like they conflict with each other. Where it's like, I cheated with my wife but you didn't fucking break up with your girlfriend, like that kind of shit. You know, like that's like the only conflict, and then everything works out in the end, and it has a happy ending. But like, it's got good music, it's got good pacing, but it has like a light tone. The tone is the complete opposite of Hereditary, where Hereditary has this overwhelming sense of dread for fucking 2.5 hours, where you feel dark and uncomfortable 6 weeks after you watch it. Where Hot Tub Time Machine, it's light, it's airy, it's like a puff pastry, and you know. And then been watching a lot of British Baking Show.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And it just ends happily. Hot Tub Time Machine is definitely like my favorite nothing movie of the decade. Putting it out there.
Next one.
Yeah, we can hit the next one. I got another one. I can keep going because I still got movies.
Because you probably have more than I do.
Perfect. So I want to talk about my favorite horror. Actually, I'm going to do an honorable mention in sort of because it's so weird and shitty. I want to do a negative movie because it's so bad I can't believe it got made. And then I want to do it's not part of the decade, but I only discovered it part of this decade. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen in my life. So, The Dark Knight Rises. That movie is not good, but it has certainly influenced Mike, and it has certainly influenced the TV board of 4chan.
A little bit.
You know,
Tell me about Bane.
why does he wear the mask? So it's extremely quotable, but it's not a good movie. But it came out this decade, and I cannot believe that I still, to this day at work, I go, for you. I just can't help it. I don't know. There's just something like literally hardwired inside of me now where someone's like, I just think about the lines like, if I take that off, will you die? You know, it'd be extremely painful. You're a big guy. For you. And I'm just like, fuck, I cannot believe that made it into a movie. Like, I cannot believe that fucking...
The entire scene made it.
Nobody out of the
crashed this plane with no survivors.
Wasn't that like plane scene like the teaser for the entire movie? And like that's what we were going to expect from
My name is CIA. Hey, I'm CIA.
I'm CIA.
Crashed this plane with no survivors. Nobody cared who I was until I put on the mask.
Was getting caught part of your plan.
Was getting caught part of your plan.
At least you can talk. He didn't
Who shoots a man before throwing him out of an airplane? Bad. I mean, like, the only good thing about it is, like, that first fucking 10 minutes. Grass is playing with no survivors. For you. Now, I want to mention, like, a really fucking terrible movie. I cannot even believe it got fucking made. Jupiter Ascending.
Oh.
Does anybody know what this movie is?
That movie was so boring when I watched it.
Not only is it disgusting to watch, like it's just not good at all. It's poorly written. It's strange. It's like a fever dream watching this movie. This was after The Matrix, and I think before Cloud Atlas by the Wachowskis. But a movie that they came out with before Jupiter Ascending that has now become one of my favorite movies of all time that I only discovered within this decade but wasn't part of 2009 to 2019 is Speed Racer.
Oh my god.
That movie is so incredibly fucking good. I am lucky that I managed to find it. I am a huge fucking fan of Speed Racer. It's perfectly directed. It's perfectly stylish. It's one of my favorite fucking movies ever now. I mean, I could watch it. I watched it twice back to back. I just replayed it because it was so fucking good. I was like, I gotta watch this shit one more time. I mean, that movie is fucking good. And I just want to say, it might not have been part of the decade, but I only discovered it within the last 2 years. So, honorable
Put it on
fucking
there.
mention on that one. I only have 3 more movies that honestly I can talk about. I got my number 1, and then I
Okay.
got like some honorable mentions, basically.
All right.
So I'm ready to go whenever you guys are to knock the rest of this
I got
out.
another one. I got to knock out another Netflix. Ballad
Another-
of Buster Scruggs.
Oh, is that good?
That was, yeah, I really like that. It was like 6 vignettes all together into one movie. So it was like 6 different stories.
Right.
But it was like a lot of tie-ins to a lot of old folk cowboy songs. Like it opens off with like a basically kind of Mark Robin Green type of character playing his guitar, riding into town, and it's going through like all of these old cowboy story tropes that I'm familiar with, that I had like seen before, heard about before, listening to old cowboy folk songs.
Right.
And it was just like hitting off all this nostalgic shit for me.
Well, then
And
fuck,
it
I
just,
might
like-
have to watch that. It's, you're kind
Right.
of selling
It's
me
got
on
like
it.
Tom Waits in it, which is like one of my favorite, like ugly on purpose kind of like singers.
Uh-huh.
And he like plays like this prospector who's like panning for gold, and it's whole like 20-minute little vignette about him, like this old man for gold in a river. And it's just like super fun, super nice to just sit and relax and watch all these stories pan out.
It's not like a dark movie. It's sort of like a light movie.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's comedy, even though, like, again, like all these old cowboy songs, there's always somebody dying. That's how it is. Dying super young, or some kind of tragedies happening. In contrast with whatever good they did as like a lawman or whatever they were.
Right.
There's just like a lot that
But
I
it's
had, like, known
lighthearted
was
in
already
tone.
trope. Yeah.
That sounds fucking amazing.
Yeah, I
Nobody's.
really
The
like
thing
that,
is nobody's sold me on it until you right now. I kind of want to
Well,
watch this movie.
You kind of have
tonight.
to like the Western themes. You have to like that kind of like
Okay.
the folk Western music, basically.
That sounds fucking
Like,
awesome.
because it opens off with like him as it's a musical, basically, in the first vignette.
Okay.
But
Okay.
that's definitely high on my list. I'm not sure what number that would be.
That sounds fucking awesome. I'll think I'll watch that this week. Mike, you got something?
So as my horror
Oh,
movie
perfect.
pick,
Thank you, Mike, because you're going to lead me into the next movie that I want to talk
you're
about.
welcome. My number 7 is a movie called Grave Encounters.
Is that the aliens?
No, that's
No.
Close Encounters. Grave Encounters is a movie basically about like the like pseudo TV paranormal investigators that go to visit a asylum that's supposedly haunted. So all the characters play it up as if like me watching, like I'm watching the show, but I also get to see like the behind the scenes stuff too of what they do. And it's just a basic horror movie where people go into a haunted asylum and shit
Just get
happens.
nuked by fucking ghosts for 2 hours?
It's not ghosts. It's like patients who have like gone insane,
Oh, shit.
and they get like warped by I don't know what you call it, like paranormal stuff. And shit happens and they're trapped, and they basically have to like try to find a way out, but there is no way out because like the front doors have been locked, and
That sounds scary.
it just does a lot of stuff. Like they go inside of an elevator and like oh no, they escape and they get into a hotel and they go down an elevator, and Fern was saying this was like a really good scene. The door opens up of them back in the asylum, like an asylum room. So like they just got warped back in there, even though they just thought they escaped. And Fern was like, "Oh, that was so Kino. That's such a great scene." And I was like, "Yeah, it was pretty good." But
That's
yeah,
tight.
Grave Encounters, my number 7.
Oh, fuck. You got a lot more movies. Let me hit my horror movie, and then you got to knock out, like, fucking
Then I got a
5
horror movie.
movies. Yeah, I mean, fuck. So my horror movie of the decade, I was going to to me, there haven't been very many. I'm not a huge horror fan, like modern horror. I like old '80s horror movies. You know, The Thing is probably like my favorite horror movie of all time. But the Evil Dead remake came out in 2013, and I was gonna probably put that as like my best horror movie of the year of the decade. But I found out that an actual Sam Raimi horror movie that I'm a huge fan of called Drag Me to Hell came out within the decade. And this movie oozes style. It is about a young woman who is cursed by a gypsy. And she basically has to deal with this gypsy curse, and it comes in like 3 stages, and it gets progressively worse, and then she eventually fucking dies. And I think that like just the way it's directed, the shit that happens in it, it's very, very Sam Raimi. It's very his style, and it's very fun, but it's also sort of like scary. I mean, some like whoa shit happens in it, and it's like a good time. And I would say that that's probably because of the way that it's kind of goofy, but still kind of scary. I'm a big fan of that movie, so that's probably my horror movie of the decade.
Okay.
All right, Quentin, you said you wanted to hit one.
Yeah, I mean it's like not horror, I guess.
Horror.
Annihilation was super good. And that was
Annihilation. Why
definitely.
does that sound familiar?
Oh, I remember.
It's
a
like
Netflix original, I
the
think.
team of researchers who like go into this. There's a meteor that hit, and it caused like a kind of ripple that was causing all these like effects on like the creatures and like the wildlife and like all the plants, and it's kind of like mutating everything, and it's getting bigger. And the military is like not really sure what to do, and so they like send researchers in, and it's following like I think there's 5 or 6 of them, and it's like after they've already sent the military in, so they're sending like researchers because they don't really know what to do.
Right.
So now they're sending in the brains.
So it's kind of like a sci-fi thriller, you would
Yeah,
say?
sci-fi thriller.
Mystery
Gradually, like getting picked off too.
Yeah, so like they
by
find
something.
they find like a facility that the military group had camped in, and like they had left footage of like one of them had like gotten warped, where like their insides were all like churning inside out and everything, and
Oh
they're
shit.
like yeah, it's crossing their genetics with a bunch of genetics from the outside like influence of like all these other plants and animals and shit. Like there's like a deer that you see, and like one of them's like all matching the season, like around the antlers there's a bunch of flowers and stuff and everything like that. And then there's like a mirrored one that's like kind of subdued and shadowed and everything like that. And like and there's a crocodile that's like fucking huge and like mixed with like plant life too. But one of the most scariest scenes that I've like ever seen came out of that movie, and it's like this bear that's mixed like it's like it looks like a Wendigo, where it's like that skull is rotted out.
Oh shit, a Wendigo. Fuck.
Yeah. And it's like half human, half bear, half fucking something.
Pig. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like mimicking the cries for help of like one of the people that
Oh
picked off.
fuck.
And like they're trying to remain still and like not move at all. Like,
Wait, did they go investigate it and they get killed by this
It comes
fucking
along.
Wendigo?
well, it like comes into a house searching because it's like using the cries for help to lure them, so they're just trying to stay still.
Oh
Just
shit.
sort of like
That sounds fucking terrifying.
it was, and it was like fucking hella scary watching that.
Is that on Netflix right now?
I'm not sure. I would have.
It
to
should
check
be.
Because it's a Netflix OG, yeah?
Mhm.
Fuck. Yo, did you watch that movie with the mirror? The one about the mirror?
In the mirror.
The evil fucking cursed mirror. Mike?
The evil curse mirror. I need more
Fuck. It's called...
descriptors.
Fuck. Let me fucking... God damn it. Hold on. Fuck. I'm ruining this podcast. Hold on. Evil cursed mirror horror movie. Go.
Oculus.
Oculus. That movie was fucking disturbing, bro. That was a fucking spooky movie for me too. Yeah. So like basically, I didn't. It's not on my list, but you talking about that disturbing weird shit that you just talked about with that bear, and Mike talking about the fucking Psycho Asylum movie where like they teleport back into the asylum because they were just tripping out about them escaping. Oculus has a lot of scenes like that where there's this mirror that drives people crazy, and the whole thing is like you don't know if you're dreaming by the mirror or if it's the truth, and that's like the whole point of the movie. And a lot of weird, disturbing shit happens. And honestly, at the end of that movie, I was kind of in a weird mood. And it's very good. You should definitely watch it. But it's got some weird shit in it, and I liked it. I enjoyed it. Yeah. But you guys talking about your disturbing horror movies made me think of that movie. That was a good movie. That movie spooked me. Yeah. All right, Mike. You need to knock out 3 movies in a row. 'Cause
In a row.
Go
I
for
got
it.
one movie
Fucking
left,
go
basically.
for it.
I basically
All
just want to talk about my decade movie. So,
All right, let's do this. My number 6 is my boy James Cameron's Avatar.
Damn,
I-
son. Gotta call it out.
wowzers. Okay. Hella wowzers, bro.
That was fucking game changing.
I liked
Dude,
it.
I remember watching it in theaters, I think twice, my dude. So,
It
yeah.
basically
it was.
created the entire 3D fad, which Spy Kids 3D failed to do.
Goddamn, Spy
And-
Kids 3D was a goddamn disappointment. That fucking piece of shit. Spy Kids 2 was so good, and Spy Kids 3 was fucking utter garbage.
Yeah, but
Avatar was pretty good. If you
Yeah,
watch
Avatar-
it one time, Avatar is pretty good. But the more times, dude, the
I
special
agree.
effects do not stand up.
yeah,
They
not
don't.
really. I really like. I don't think the special effects stand up for like the animals and people,
No, it's
but
the animals, yeah.
the environment I think looks really good.
The
and it
world
looks
is still
really good
good.
gorgeous.
for
No, you're
a,
absolutely right. You're
Like the
absolutely
world
right.
tree that's like all bright. And
Yeah, it
shiny.
feels
Yeah.
really realistic
Yeah.
as far as like an alien / like fantasy type setting is.
Mhm.
And as far
I
as the
totally
story goes,
agree.
I like how they don't exactly paint the humans in a negative light. It's mainly just the army dude who's like the corrupt one.
No, like that one businessman, the unobtainium.
Yeah, that's
he's like the one bad guy.
yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like the humans are there to get the thing, but most of the humans
the
don't
natives.
want to genocide the blue cat
The
people to
Navi. The Navi.
to
I
get
cannot
it.
believe I still know the fucking name of those cat people. It's the Navi. There was a
And
video game. There was a fucking John Carpenter's Avatar, the video game, and apparently you can pick what side you want. You
Oh,
can
really?
be a Navi, yeah, or you can be an army man. And apparently the game had like a lot of ambition, but you know, obviously it was like a movie tie-in 360 game, so they couldn't do like a whole lot. But it felt like there was some soul in it, because you could like there was like different storylines and shit. Just saying. All right, knock out fucking 4
So,
more,
yeah.
dude.
Number 5, just mainstream pick. I really like the Hunger Games, the first one,
What?
because I did. I liked the book and I liked the movie. I went to go see it with my brother in theaters, and it's kind of like it also started the whole battle royale thing where it's like 12 people or whatever in this whole thing. And I think the movie
Right.
worked really well at being able to condense like this whole
Do you think
3-day
it was
game.
it was a
into,
good
like,
adaptation
inside
of
2
the book?
hours. I do. I don't like the last 2 movies as far as adaptations go, but I
Mockingjay
think
Part 1 and 2.
yeah, I think the
Yeah.
first one does it really well, and the second one does it okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the first one does it really well, which is why I put it on here.
Okay.
Number 4 for a Harry Potter pick, I did Deathly Hollows Part 1 because that's my favorite one out of
All
the ones
7?
that came out this year.
Oh.
Well, I mean, if I was going to include my favorite one, it would be like number 2, but that was like,
2. Chamber of Secrets is fucking lit.
yeah, it would be 2 or 3, but those didn't come out.
Chamber of Secrets
in this
is
time
pretty
period.
good.
I really like how part one is a lot slower focused or slower based, where it's mainly just Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Like,
Explaining what the Deathly Hollows fucking are, like trying to
Yeah.
find out what the fuck this thing is.
it's basically them trying to figure out what the hell they're gonna do, as
Yeah.
opposed to like them actually doing stuff, which I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
Them talking.
Yeah, basically them talking.
It's just all talking. Yeah.
Them out in the woods being like really mad at each other because like they're not doing shit and
Dude,
they're
interesting.
failing to do shit.
The movies that you're putting on this list, totally didn't expect. Totally didn't expect some of the movies that are on this list right now. Keep
Hey,
going.
man. Oh, my number 3, Mission Impossible Fallout.
Oh, I just watched that.
Yeah,
I liked
it's
it.
it's just really good as far as like an action
That was
spy
an
movie
easy
goes.
action spy movie, my dude.
Yeah,
I liked
mean-
it. I honestly enjoy. I watched it,
it's
Like-
peak
like 2
Tom
weeks
Cruise.
dude. He
Peak Tom
broke his
Cruise,
fucking
peak doing
ankle
act-
doing one of those stunts and just
Yeah,
Scientology his
he
way through it.
Jumped across the skyscraper and just
Yeah.
broke his ankle and still did this stunt
Yep,
on a broken ankle. Yeah,
on a broken ankle because he's fucking OT8.
Power of Scientology.
Yeah, he's fucking dude. He can make people think what they want because he can make an ashtray speak English. I mean, he's a hero. What else you got?
Ooh, number 2 is Inception.
Really? Now that movie was good.
Yeah.
I liked it. You know, people can shit. People can shit all over that movie as much as they want, but it's a good movie, and you can't fucking deny that it was interesting.
Yeah, it was really interesting. I like the entire concept. A lot of the scenes at the end, especially where they were going through
More
the
and
whole
more trippy shit happens.
yeah, and even a lot of the action scenes, like the guy fighting in the hotel while it's like spinning around because
Yeah.
because
Because
the
the car's
car
flipping.
in the first yeah. Also, I really like how the last hour and a half of that movie takes place while the car is in free fall.
Yeah, it takes place within like 15 seconds of actual real world time.
Yeah, and like every minute they just cut back to like the car slowly falling down to the ground, like just to
Yeah.
remind you that it's still happening.
Yeah, I do like that.
Like, don't worry, we'll still notify you that this is still happening.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
So-
honestly, that movie, I watched it in theaters, and it was like, I was like, what, like fucking, like a teenager? I mean, that movie
Yeah.
was a fucking total mind fuck. And it was a good ass time. Not only is it just like a good movie in terms of like it being an action movie, but it has like a cool concept that I've never seen within a movie before, where
Cool music, good
you know,
actors.
it had I mean, it had like
Great
an all-star
concept.
fucking cast in it. All right, Quentin, I want you to drop on us your number 1 movie of the decade.
Well, I still got like on my list like a
Oh,
number 2
good.
and then a number 1.
Good. Hit all of them.
So Grand Budapest Hotel, gotta mention a Wes
You.
Anderson movie.
Of course you do. You
And it was
love
really
Wes
good.
Anderson.
Like, as
You
far-
love him.
I love like color direction is one thing he's like super amazing.
Oh no, he's great at it.
His
His
as far as the
scene
palettes in
composition,
all of
his
his
scene
movies.
composition is fantastic.
Right. And it's just everything was so perfect. Like there's a lot of like pinks thrown in there as far as like the bakery lady.
Is that the one where
yeah.
it's like about like a kid in love with like another like a Boy Scout in love with?
no?
like, a
That's
girl?
Moonrise Kingdom.
That is okay. That's the one I'm thinking
That's
of.
another good one, and I think that came out this decade as well.
It did.
But it wasn't as good as Grand Budapest Hotel. As far as like Isle of Dogs came out like recently, but that was
Mhm.
one of his like claymation kind of ones.
Yep.
Like, but Grand Budapest Hotel was about like he owns a hotel and like his
Who's he?
busboy helps him steal art. I forget the actor who plays him, but
Mhm.
like there's a painting that like he's trying to basically fence, and it's like he's trying to get it out of the hotel to
Mhm.
it's part of somebody's inheritance.
Mhm.
But like the scene direction is like the pacing of the movie, and just the way they get out of a situation, get back into a situation, get out of it, get into it, and that's like such a big comedic styling for Wes Anderson and how he like directs his movies. He just did a really good job on that one. And then as far as like I don't remember what I watched that it might have been like the best of the decade, but like recently that came out that I really enjoyed that would be top of my list as far as stuff I wrote down is Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Thank you, Quentin, because
like-
that's my number 3 Quentin Tarantino movie of all time.
That one's really good. I really enjoyed it.
I thought that movie was absolutely pitch perfect, fantastic.
As far as like being familiar with the story, like cults are one of the things that I'm like super interested in like in the United States. Just someone can, they can be silver tongued and then they'll have this like huge following of people that'll do anything for them.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's one thing I was really interested in and really up to date on. And then he just completely subverted that, like what the story was and what I was expecting. And I was like, wow, I really enjoyed that.
I believe I've seen the movie 3 times in theaters, and I watched it a 4th time with my roommate. But I saw it 3 times in theaters in the span of like a month and a half. I really enjoy this movie. I think that the story, like a lot of people give the story, it's like, oh, it's a bunch of fictional characters doing a fictional story. It's like, yeah, dude, most movies are a fictional characters doing a fictional story. Like, the thing is it takes place during a real time, and Quentin Tarantino once did an interview for Inglourious Bastards, which Inglourious Bastards opens saying "Once upon a time in Nazi-occupied France." So it was sort of him saying, what if my characters existed in Nazi Germany? The things that happened in my movie could have happened if my characters existed. And I think that Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is the same thing, but it's sort of his love story to the things that he grew up watching and the things that he fell in love with. I mean, clearly he had a crush on fucking what the fuck is her name? Margot Robbie's character.
Margot Robbie's character. There you go.
Quentin?
What?
Quentin? What's the name?
Oh, I'm blanking on it too. I've been
Fuck. That beautiful woman. Sharon
Tate.
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, you just need to give me the first syllable.
Yeah,
Like once you blanked on it, I was like, well, I fucked this up too.
I think that clearly Quentin Tarantino was kind of in love with her. I mean, probably he was very young, if not even born yet when she was like famous. Well, he was born, but he was very
it was
young.
his like revenge porn, basically.
Yeah, but I mean, like, he was clearly, like, just her watching her own movie and, like, smiling and sitting and watching. I mean, that's, like, a really beautiful scene in the movie. And
Agreed.
it just felt like it felt like a lot of love came from that scene where, like, you could just feel that he had love for her. Probably because, I mean, she was just so beautiful and she was cut down in her prime. And I think that the ending is a very beautiful ending. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but for me, it left me with a very bittersweet feeling because we know what happened, and what happens in the movie is different.
Right.
And I
Again,
think
he subverts your expectations.
Right, and I think that it's a happy ending, but it's a bittersweet ending because we all know what really happened. And I think that it was sort of this beautiful, and I like the story of Robert Dalton as he grows as a person because his life ends up good, and Cliff, that whole bromance thing, I think it just works perfectly. That movie is incredible, and I think people who think it's boring, honestly just don't think they get it. To be honest, your brain isn't big enough. Sorry. I mean, I already admitted I have small brain sometimes, but this movie I have big brain on because I've seen it 4 times. This movie's fantastic. And if you can't see that it's just a character-driven drama that takes place in a real moment in time, you're a fucking retard. But it's a beautiful movie. The ending is beautiful. The direction is beautiful. The music is beautiful. The acting is fantastic. This movie's going to win an Oscar this year. Absolutely it fucking is. For at least original screenplay. But thank you, Quentin, for fucking mentioning this movie because I am in love with this movie. I think it's one of his best movies he's ever done, ever. I was amazed. I really, really enjoyed this movie way more than I thought I was going to. Seriously. Yeah. Fucking good
That was the
movie.
last one on my list.
Okay. Fucking A. Mike, did you do your number 2 already?
Yep.
Okay. Quentin, do you want to? You already did your last one. You did your last one. So, Mike,
So I'll do my last.
my last one, and then you can do your last one.
You don't want to finish this whole thing?
Sure, Mike, drop yours because I know I'm gonna get some comments on mine, especially by one person in this fucking podcast right now. So, Mike, why don't you give us your number 1 movie of the last? Wait, so Quentin, was Once Upon a Time in Hollywood probably like your number 1? Do you think, or I mean, it was just like the best one that really hit you recently?
Yeah, I mean, it's the one I can think of right now. I'm sure, like, you give me time. Shit, I totally forgot about that one. You know,
Right.
my number 1. But like, yeah, on my list right now, I'd say that tops all of the other ones that are on my list.
Yeah, it's a fucking beautiful movie. I think it's a good pick. All right, Mike, drop it on us.
So my number 1 is Interstellar.
Ooh.
And so like I've basically been wanting like a good space exploration type movie that's
Yeah.
not like shit.
Have you seen Ad Astra?
No.
I want to see that, and especially since I'm a fan of Interstellar too. You and I should watch Ad Astra together.
Yeah.
I didn't know that you liked that movie, Interstellar.
When me and everybody else went to go see this movie, I had no fucking clue what this movie was. They were like, "Hey Mike, we're going to see Interstellar." And I was like, "All right." So I had no clue this was like a space movie when I went to go see it. And I was just like blown away at like personally how good it was, because I feel like this movie does the whole like feeling that they're in like deep space without any help type concept really good.
It's very stressful. Like when they're on that planet where it's like 10 years per minute, and there's like the giant waves, like that giant wave planet. Fuck, that was nuts.
Yeah, and they got hit by the wave, and they're like, "Oh, it's going to take an hour for us to basically get the
ship started," and that's 15 fucking years or whatever.
And like the black dude who stayed behind was like, "Yeah, it's been 15 years, and you've left me here. Like, I wasn't able to do anything." I was like, "Oh, sucks for him, but that's how it goes."
That movie is it's beautiful. I mean, like some of like the effects and stuff. I mean, that movie is a spectacle to watch. Absolutely.
And to me, it like this movie, it just kept like expanding. So like after the whole tidal wave planet, they get to the snow planet where they meet like the other astronaut who was stranded there for a long ass time.
Isn't it Matt Damon?
Matt Damon. I was like,
Damon.
I was like, damn,
Matt
like he's
Damon.
still alive, because he had like set the signal out like to come save him, because he was trapped there, but he set the signal out as if that planet was inhabitable, which it wasn't.
Right.
So then he betrays them and tries to get back, but then like he blows up the entire like their entire space station type thing. So
I
they have to
remember
like
that.
try and fix that.
I cannot. Yeah, dude, that scene was like so stressful because he reveals it. He was like, "Nah, dude, this planet isn't inhabitable at all." But like, I wasn't gonna fucking die out here. Fuck that.
Right.
He's like, I was not gonna just fucking sit on this planet and die. I'm coming
Nah,
home.
bitch, I ain't expendable.
Yeah, yeah, and it's exactly what he fucking does. And then he fucking dooms all these other fucking people to do it. And dude, and they're like fighting on the mountain, and like they're falling down this hill and shit. And it's like him and Lincoln Man, whatever the fuck the dude. Hey, that fucking guy. You know, fuck, I can't remember his name.
Cooper.
Yeah, whatever. Fucking the dude from Magic Mike, and Dazed and Confused, and a bunch of other movies. The Lincoln commercials.
That's my number 1.
That's a fucking good pick. You guys have both had beautiful picks. Quentin, I completely agree. I mean, I know you're just saying it's sort of like the newest movie that's really affected you, but I think it's a good pick to have, especially that, it's honestly not even that fresh. Some more movies have come out, I think you had a great pick. Mike, that was earlier in the decade. That was like 3 years ago. So, solid pick. That movie was good. I've seen both of those movies. I'm glad that I've seen and was able to discuss both of your guys' top two, top movies. Now it comes for my turn. I know, Quentin, you're going to give me a hard time about this. My number one movie of the decade is, I would call it a soft reboot of a series that I'm a big fan of. The original director, after 30 years, came back and directed an action masterpiece. That man's name was George Miller, and my number one movie of the decade is Mad Max Fury Road.
Fucking knew it. Probably the black and white one, isn't it?
No, it's not the black and white one. It's the full color one. But I will mention the black and white version, and I knew you were going to give me a hard time because I do own the black and white version. But if you buy the collector's edition DVD on Amazon, it does come with a full black and white version of the movie because they understand that that's what the director thought about. So
I knew that was going to be your number one because you like having it been on there.
Because I what?
One then. You finished the list without having that on there, so okay, it's got to be your number one.
Yeah.
Of course, I knew it would be on your list.
Yeah. Mad Max Fury Road. I think one of the absolutely incredible things about this movie is George Miller, the man who originally directed the first three Mad Max movies, Mad Max Road Warrior, and Beyond Thunderdome. He took a 30-year break. You know what the last fucking two movies that motherfucker directed was? Happy Feet 2 and Babe in the City. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, those were the two last movies he directed ever in the last 30 years, basically. And then some demon, some soul out there in the world was like, hey, Satan, I got a deal for you. And he's like, okay, what do you got? And this kid, maybe even George Miller himself, was like, I will give you my soul, and the soul of my firstborn child. If George Miller can come back and he can make a Mad Max movie. And then it fucking happened. And the thing is you mentioned very early on in this podcast, Quentin, that this was the decade of remakes. This is the decade of re-releases. This is the decade of some bullshit that we've all had to go through. But what's the difference between the Ghostbusters remake and Mad Max Fury Road? The Ghostbusters remake was like, well, we can do the Ghostbusters, but we can do it better, and we're not going to have any fucking help or love from any of the original people who made this movie. We're just going to fucking do it. I own the rights to this movie. I'm going to fucking make Ghostbusters again. Fuck you. And then it bombed. And it bombed hard because it looks like shit, and it's probably not an enjoyable movie to watch. Mad Max, on the other hand, has the original director come back. The man who essentially created the wasteland post-apocalyptic genre. Every single fucking thing that has come past Mad Max 2 The Road Warrior is inspired by Mad Max 2 The Road Warrior in terms of the post-apocalyptic world. I'm sorry, but it is. George Miller comes back and he directs like a fucking $30 million fucking action masterpiece that literally is so good it deletes every other movie that has come before it in his series because this is the movie that he always wanted to make. And he got the money and he got the funding and they just gave him carte blanche to make something fucking incredible. And he did it. I mean, it won 6 Oscars that year. 6. It's in the top 10 highly most awarded Oscar films in all of history. It won 6.
Damn.
It should have won Best Movie of the Year, but I think The Revenant beat it out, which is some fucking bullshit. Because I think
DiCaprio
Mad Max
needed that.
yeah, I fucking yeah. But Mad Max Fury Road, I remember I saw it twice in theaters. I own it. I've seen it 2 or 3 more times since then. I just remember the first time I watched it in theaters. We got halfway through the movie, and I was like, man, that was a good movie. I'm so glad that we got to see it. Like, that was cool. That was a good ending. And then it goes, hey, guess what? We got 45 more minutes. And I was like, what? And then the movie continues to go. And I was literally like stressed out by the end of it because it just kept going. I mean, it's a 2.5 hour long car chase. And it's beautifully directed. The characters have personality. The world has personality. It bleeds soul. And it is my number one favorite, best fucking movie of the decade because the stars aligned in heaven and allowed this movie, a series that's been dead for 30 years, for some reason, because it never happens in normal Hollywood, the original director gets to come back and gets to make the movie that he always wanted to make. And I just happen to be a fan of the series. I don't know.
That reminds me of James Cameron not being able to make Avatar because the tech wasn't there at the time, right?
He had to make the tech. Didn't he make the tech?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he fucking spent $80 million just designing the tech. And now,
So he could make the
is he
movie of his
making those
dream.
movies or not? Is he making 5 more Avatars or not?
Yes, they are
When?
filmed. I think.
When?
They're just he's got to edit them, and the
Yeah, they're
Oh.
in
technology
editing.
is changing.
Are they in
Yeah.
editing?
Make it perfect. He's got the Lucas syndrome where he's got to make the best fucking.
Well,
CGI possible.
I would love to have there be a 4-year period where the only movie I watch is Avatar 2, 3, 4, and 5. That'd be
I
fucking
just,
lit, right?
I was on TV yesterday, and the based Avatar poster said it's only 750 more days till Avatar 2, so it's right around the corner.
That's
that you're
2
gonna get to see it.
years.
Yeah,
That's 2 years from now.
it's coming out though.
I'll absolutely watch that shit in theaters. I mean, it's been so long. I'd be down for a new Avatar movie. Where's the story gonna go? I mean, the world, the tech, the 3D blue people. I want more. I'm interested. But this
So that does it.
That does it. This is the longest podcast fucking ever.
Holy shit!
4
Did you,
hours.
You sure you recorded this?
Oh shit. I didn't hit the record button.
Oh,
Now we're good. We're rolling right now. We're all good.
thank
But-
God.
Well, thank you,
This-
fucking everybody.
Dude, fuck. Thank you guys. This was beautiful. This was the fucking oh god, this was so good. This is some shit. This was a podcast. Let's be real.
A marathon of a podcast.
Marathon. I'm ready for bed. I'm tired. I got work in the morning.
I just spent 4 hours sitting in this damn chair.
I know. All right, so I'm gonna close this bitch out. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, Quentin,
Thank you for having
Mike. This was a fucking. I have not been so excited for a podcast in months. It's been depressing doing fucking episodes by myself, But this is the shit I live for. Having you boys on here doing something fucking cool, talking about some shit that we can really fucking talk about. Really going nuts. I know I dominated a lot of this conversation, but I really fucking loved having you guys on here, and it was a fucking great time. So, thank you for starting your weekend out right with Level Die. Follow your death drive. Simply be despair, and I'll see you next time.